Good morning from Finsterau and a very warm welcome to day 3 of competition at the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. My name's Rob Hayes. I'll be your commentator for today's action and the action that we are concerning ourselves with here in the heart of the Bavarian forest is the men's individual biathlon. We've got many an interested spectator here today. There are around 250 pupils from schools for disabled children here, hoping to watch and be inspired by the incredible athletes that will be competing. And who knows, maybe Germany's next Para-Nordic skiing world champion is in the crowd today. Plenty of locals here as well. This event has been well supported, both behind the scenes and along the railings. Everybody in the local area coming together to put on what have been a fabulous World Championships so far. So the action will start with the men's individual sitting biathlon. A long distance, if you will, 15 kilometres. That's 5 laps of the 3-kilometre course. There's the start list for you. 9 athletes going in this one, including 17-year-old Taras Rad, who will go out 9th. Already a silver medalist in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. Taking these championships by storm. He is the man in form this season. He's the world leader in the World Cup standings. It's a gorgeous day here in southeast Germany. It's unseasonably warm, if you will. We're expecting to reach maybe 6 or 7 degrees Celsius today. Not a cloud in the sky. And as ever, it sets a fabulous backdrop for another hotly contested day of action. There are some hopes for some medals from the home nation. Martin Fleig goes in this men's sitting competition. The women's sitting competition will begin almost immediately after the men's, and they'll be out on the course together. And Andrea Eskau and Anja Vicker for the home nation go in that competition. So plenty of interest for the home supporters and plenty of international talent on display as well. We've got some youngsters from the local club. The chap in the orange there, I sat next to him on the shuttle on the way in. He's got one of the many pieces of merchandise on offer here at these World Championships. The headgear is fantastic. Talking of fantastic headgear, look at that. Those little diamantes glinting in the sunshine, turning her back on the camera, not a little bit camera shy. So there is a light breeze around the Ski Stadion Finsterau here, you can see from the flags. But it is warm out there. Sometimes the breeze can blow right across the shooting range, which of course has to be taken into consideration in the biathlon. There's Oksana Masters, who will go in the women's sitting competition. A gold medalist in the cross-country sprint 2 days ago, and a very popular character here at these World Championships, the American. There are 2 German compatriots together. Anja Vicker in the foreground, just behind her Martin Fleig, who got the first gold medal of these World Championships in what seems like a long time ago, the middle distance biathlon on day 1. Lidziya HRAFEYEVA there wearing 11 on the left of your picture, the long plaited ponytail. She is already a world champion in the middle distance biathlon and a bronze medalist in the cross-country sprint. Hadn't won a major medal before these championships, so going very well, HRAFEYEVA. And here are more of our young spectators piling in, making sure that they get the right vantage point. We've got the benefit of having cameras all over the course to bring you that kind of view. And of course, you will not miss any of the action here on the live stream. If you want to keep up to date with all of the live timings and live results as they come in, you can visit our website, www.finsterau2017.com. And a huge shout out to all of those of you that have been joining us on Facebook throughout these championships. We're absolutely delighted to say that on each of the 2 competition days so far, over 50,000 viewers per day. So thank you very much for your support worldwide. We hope that you're enjoying the championships, and we will do our very best to continue to bring you all of the great action here. If you do want to join in the conversation, find us on social media using the hashtag Finsterau2017. So a reminder then that we'll start with the men's long distance sitting biathlon. Some good competitors in there. Trygve Steinar Larsen has been on the podium here this week already. Dmitry Loban was the world leader in the middle distance biathlon in World Cup standing so far. Finished a disappointing 8th. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. But we are underway then. Number 1 and first to go out on day 3 of the championships, Derek Zaplatinsky of Canada. Did compete in the middle distance biathlon on day 1, Zaplatinsky. Found it tough going in what was a very competitive field. Number 2 is Aaron Pike. First time we've seen him in biathlon action here in Finsterau. Did make the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint a couple of days ago. Only really took up para-Nordic skiing to keep fit in the winter. Is a para-athletics competitor at London 2012 and Rio 2016. Jongmin Lee's had mixed fortunes here in Finsterau so far. Disqualified in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. I did reach the semi-finals in the cross-country sprint 2 days ago. Also a very, very good parasailer. Number 4 is Yevgeny Lukyanenko of Belarus. Came around in last place in the middle distance biathlon, but this is taking place over 2.5 more kilometers. So a little more endurance required. And just a note, there is no penalty loop in this biathlon competition today. Each missed target in the shooting range will add 1 minute to the athlete's overall calculated time. Next out is number 5, Andrew Saul of USA, silver medalist in the cross-country sprint. 5 medals at the Cable World Championships 2 years ago on home snow. Number 6 is the most experienced man in the field, 44 years of age now, Trygve Steinar Larsen. Has won many medals, World Championships and Paralympics, mainly in the relays. He's a former cross-country sprint champion, was bronze medalist in that same discipline 2 days ago. Still a real hunger to be at the very top of his game. So 7, Dmitry Loban. Point to prove, really, I think, in the biathlon for Loban. The informed man over the middle distance was not really up there with the front runners in the 2017 World Championship race 3 days ago. This man is very popular in these parts. He trains here quite often in Finsterau. Martin Fleig of Germany. And you can hear the cheer there from the home nation. As I mentioned a few moments ago, he won the first gold medal of these World Championships, which really started things off in a very positive manner. For him, for the supporters, and for the championships as a whole. This is a very, very hospitable region, and they deserve their gold medalist. 9th and last to go in this men's individual sitting biathlon is Taras Rad, 17 years of age, his major championships debut, silver in the middle distance biathlon on day number 1. Can he get himself 1 place higher over the longer distance. So if you're new to para-Nordic skiing, the way that this biathlon will work is that the athletes have been released at 30-second intervals, and they're not really racing against each other in terms of position, they're racing against the clock. And that clock also has a percentage factoring system based on the level of impairment of each athlete. So the athletes with the lowest level of impairment, LW12 classification, their real time is their calculated time, so their factoring is 100%, if you will, and then the percentages and the factoring goes down as the level of impairment increases up to the LW11 athlete, which is the man you see there, number 1, Derek Zaplatinsky. His factoring is 94%, so essentially the clock will run a little bit quicker for him, so his level of impairment is taken into account regarding his overall time. So we will do our best to keep you up to date with what all 9 men are doing out on the course and how that affects the shake-up. So we have 5 laps of the 3-kilometer course here in Finsterau. That means 4 visits to the shooting range, 5 targets to hit each time. Each missed target will add a 1-minute penalty to the athlete's overall calculated time. So really important to be as accurate as possible. Be as quick as you like around the course. But if you're losing a handful of minutes each time in the shooting range, all of your efforts may well be in vain. So that's Dzmitry Loban. Will be wanting to make a good start, I think, after, as I say, mixed fortunes so far in Finsterau. Taras Rad with all the youthful exuberance, the baby-faced assassin from Ukraine. And there is Martin Fleig. If he could make it double gold in the biathlon, I think it would bring the house down, bring the roof off the brand new hall here in Finsterau. Trygve Steinar Larsen, we'd expect him to be there or thereabouts. Maybe that the increase in the distance may just count him out from challenging at the very top. As I say, a former sprint world champion. Was 4th in the middle distance, so that extra 2.5 kilometers will prove to be even more wearing on the arms. And of course the torso and the trunk of these sitting athletes really are fabulously strong and fit men. There's the bearded figure of Aaron Pike going past Derek Zaplatinsky. 5th in the World Championships 2 years ago over this distance, Aaron Pike, so he knows what it takes to mix it in the top half of the competition. As Larsen finally gets to the top of that incline and can get a couple of breaths in as he goes over the crest of the hill. So Taras Rad is working hard. Aaron Pike and Derek Zaplatinsky. Pike just using the left pole there just to guide himself around the corner. And having overtaken Derek Zaplatinsky, Pike will be the first man into the shooting range shortly. In he comes. See on the right hand side there, the spectators have got a great view both of the start line for a couple of moments ago and of the shooting range as well. So Pike's in first. In the background there, Zaplatinsky will also get himself set for the first round. All about now After 8.5 minutes of physical exertion to get around the first 3 kilometers of this course, it's now all about steadying yourself, steadying your mind, steadying your breathing. And it is worth taking your time. Aaron Pike is off to a good start. 3 from 3. Very, very still, Pike. And it's 4 from 5. So not bad for Aaron Pike, but that will add a minute onto his overall calculated time. Off he goes for lap number 2. Trygve Steinar Larsen already helping himself to a drink. He'll be coming around to the shooting range fairly shortly. Jongmin Lee and Derek Zaplatinsky are there as well. And in comes now Andrew Soul. So I'd imagine that Yevgeny Lukyanenko is in position in the range as well. So here's Andrew Soul. Silver, as I said earlier, in the cross-country sprint. A little ponytail popping out the bottom of his hat. His compatriot Aaron Pike shot 4 from 5. Soul has missed one, so he'll need the last 2 to match that. Oh, he doesn't, and it's a little bit of frustration there for Andrew Soul. It's only 3 from 5, and that means that a penalty of 2 minutes will be added to his overall calculated time. We're about ready to get the last of the starters away in the women's individual sitting race. This is Anja WICKER of Germany. She goes. She's one of 4 competitors in the women's race. Lidziya HRAFEYEVA, Andrea Eskau and Oksana Masters set off just a moment or 2 ago. Anja WICKER, the world leader in terms of the overall standings in the World Cup of Biathlon, had to settle for silver in the middle distance on day 1. Looking to prove why she has been ranked the best in the world coming into this championships by going 1 better over the longer distance. So it's 12.5 kilometers for the women's competition. That's 5 laps of a 2.5 kilometer course. As Anja WICKER's compatriot and teammate Martin Fleig comes into the range that he knows so well. He said before these championships that he hopes that his knowledge of conditions here in Finsterau, as I said, the wind can cut across the shooting range here in the Bavarian forest. Martin Fleig was hoping that a lot of practice here would give him a slight advantage over his competitors. It's 2 from 2 so far for the new world champion over the middle distance. It's 4 from 4. And it is a full house for Martin Fleig. German flag waving in the crowd. Perfect start for Fleig in his quest to become a double world champion. Aaron Pike is in a nice rhythm now after his first round in the range. Just the 1 miss for Aaron Pike. And it is just about establishing a rhythm. 15 kilometers can seem like an awful long way. Tell you what does seem like an awful long way. Some of the inclines on this course, they're sitting athletes do compete over a slightly different course to the standing athletes. There are limits to the amount of turns and inclines that are allowed for a sit skier to traverse. But make no mistake about it, it is still a very, very tough course. So the men's and the women's competition out on the course at the same time. Zaplatinsky there just rounding Anja WICKER. And these are the moments that the skiers must savour. Tuck in, get as much speed as you can. Have a bit of a breather. It's Trygve, Steinar, LARSEN. And there was Lidziya HRAFEYEVA. This is LARSEN again of Norway in the men's competition. Actually won the European Ice Sledge Hockey Championships with Norway in 2007. He's got a winning mentality, Trygve, Steinar, LARSEN. In the background there you see Aaron Pike just taking on board a drink as well. It's tough going out there, and it's especially tough when it's what seems a very lonely race against the clock. A couple of days ago we had all the drama of the head-to-head pursuit starts of the cross-country sprint where it was first across the line. This time you've got to know exactly what your race plan is. You've got to make sure that you execute what you need to do, not worry about what everybody else is doing. That's HRAFEYEVA of Belarus, enjoying her best ever season at the age of 31. 2 medals already here in Finsterau, one of them gold in the biathlon on day one. She's got a decent chance of making it too. She's only 20 points behind Anja WICKER in the World Cup standings, so she's there or thereabouts on the world stage, HRAFEYEVA, and beat WICKER to gold in the middle distance. And there is Anja WICKER, just getting over the crest of the incline. Picking up Taras Rad now in the men's competition. After the first lap or so, he is the man to catch. It's Rad, Fleig and Sol are the top 3. LARSEN going round in the 5th fastest time after the first lap and the first round of shooting. Now here's Oksana Masters. First time we've really seen her compete over the longer distance in the biathlon. Just missed out on a medal over the middle distance, Masters, but very much a world champion in the cross-country sprint. In comes HRAFEYEVA then to the shooting range. Her best finish on the world stage before these championships with the 7th place in Sochi in the 10-kilometer. So she is in the form of her life, Lidziya HRAFEYEVA. Let's see how she gets on then at her first visit to the range. Interesting, HRAFEYEVA starts with the middle target. A lot of athletes choose to shoot from left to right or right to left. It's less popular to start from the middle and work your way across, but it's working very nicely for HRAFEYEVA. 3 from 3 so far. And there we have it. Perfect start for Lidziya HRAFEYEVA. 5 from 5. She starts her second 2.5-kilometer lap of 5. This is Andrea Eskau, 45 years of age. That smile that she has there in her picture is pretty much permanently engraved on her face. She is a very popular character, not only because she's German, Finsteral, but because she's a very infectious character as well. 2 medals so far in these championships from 2 competitions. A bronze and a silver. Just missing the colour gold for the hat-trick. She seems to have a bit of a problem. She's readjusted and refocused herself. And off she goes for round 2. But a bit of a shake of the head for Andrea Eskau. And after we saw HRAFEYEVA have the perfect start in the shooting range, perhaps not quite the same case for Andrea Eskau. In comes Anja WICKER. And she is equally popular as Andrea Eskau. Anja WICKER always very happy to stop and have a chat. And apart from when she's racing, she also has a very infectious smile. But it's a steely determination and focus at this stage. See how she gets on. She's 8.5 minutes elapsed after the first lap of the course. It's 3 from 3. It's 4 from 4. The crowd are enjoying this from Anja WICKER. And she'll enjoy it too. 5 from 5. So she matches what her rival Lidziya HRAFEYEVA managed. Good stuff from Anja WICKER. Trygve, Steinar, LARSEN, 2 penalties after the first round of shooting. There is HRAFEYEVA, who I just mentioned. Had a good first lap. Had a good first round in the range. She went out first and is intending to make sure that she is the one to beat. It's likely that she'll cross the finish line first, but of course it is all down to the clock. Andrea Eskau just had a bit of trouble in the shooting range, the 2013 world champion. Hoping to make up over the second lap of the course. That's Oksana Masters of the USA. It's a very strong field, albeit a small one. The women's individual sitting biathlon, just 4 athletes, but it's not as if any of them are really, really outstanding favourites. You can hear the breaths there of Aaron Pike. It's a rhythm of breathing as well as a rhythm of pushing off with the poles that's required. Lidziya HRAFEYEVA takes on another incline. There's Andrea Eskau. Familiar sight of that red bobble hat. This is Jong-min Lee of Korea, was disqualified in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. Didn't complete the course. And he's had a poor start to this long distance biathlon, missing all 5 targets the first round of shooting, which adds 5 minutes to his calculated time. Number 1 there is Derek Zaplatinsky. 6 is Trygve Steinar LARSEN, just going past him. Aaron Pike going well of the USA. HRAFEYEVA tackles the steepest and the longest of the inclines on the women's sit-ski course. 13 meters of uphill grinding. So John Min Lee, 33 years of age. HRAFEYEVA's got herself over the hill and is coming back round into the range, and some slipstreaming going on there from Andrew Soul, just on the back of Yevgeny LUKYANENKO. Any way to gain an extra half second or so. HRAFEYEVA looking in good shape so far. She shot 5 out of 5 in her first round in the shooting range. Oksana Masters drifting around that tight turn. She is quick, Masters, but a bit of an unknown entity over 12.5 kilometers. As I say, she has never competed in a major championships over this distance. We know she's explosive, we know she's quick. That's Martin Fleig, the home favourite. Masters just popping these sunglasses off. It is glorious here in Finsterau today. Just popping them off in preparation for her arrival into the shooting range. Deep breaths there, and she's just taking a very considered approach into her position in the range. Some athletes try and go as quickly as they can right up until their position, but Masters maybe just steadying herself, steadying the heart rate. She gets herself into position. We know she's quick around the course. It's all about how accurate she is in the range as well. Because it is a brutal punishment for missing a target. 1 minute each time. So Masters quite rightly is taking her time with it, and she's steadied herself to start very well. Reeled off the first 2 quite quickly, just steadying herself for number 3, and it was off target. Taking a lot of time here, Masters, and it's maybe plaguing on her mind slightly. She does get the last one, but only 3 from 5 for Masters. That will make her position in this World Championship final a lot more difficult. Aaron Pike of the USA is coming into the range once more. To be his 3rd round, Pike. Good start for the American. Going very well, Aaron Pike. Can he make it a full house? Not quite. 4 out of 5 for Pike. So repeats his performance from round 1 with 1 minute of time to be added to his overall calculated time. In comes Anja WICKER now in the women's competition. This will be her second time in the range, and just looking at the official timings, Lidziya HRAFEYEVA, after a completely clean first round, had 2 penalties, so 2 missed targets in round 2. This is a real chance for Anja WICKER to put herself in pole position in this final. If she can shoot clean again, then she is in with a real shot at the world title. It's a good start for the German. It's 4 from 4. If she can make this 5 from 5. She took her time with the final one, but it is 5 from 5. It's 10 from 10 for Anja WICKER. And that is a huge dent in Lidziya HRAFEYEVA's bid for a second world title here in Finsterau, and a huge boost to Anja WICKER's quest to become world champion. Dzmitry Loban, who we just saw there wearing 7 in the men's competition. One of the best performers in the World Cup scene. Only managed 8th in the middle distance despite being the world leader over that distance. And he's not been very accurate in the range so far. 2 penalties on his first round, 3 penalties on his second round. So Loban has already conceded 5 minutes worth of penalties and counting for the Belarusian, which puts him well outside the medal positions as it stands. Here's Andrea Eskau. Struggled in the first round of shooting with 3 penalties. She seemed to have a small problem with her rifle. I don't know whether it was sticking slightly or there was just something not quite right for her. Anja WICKER taking the inside line to go around LUKYANENKO. This is Andrew Soule of the USA. Going around in 6th place at the moment based on the calculated times. They've had 3 of their 4 visits to the range, the men's athletes. Soule has had 4 minutes worth of penalties added to his overall time. HRAFEYEVA then with work to do, because this lady, Anja WICKER, wearing 14, has shot 100% so far. Aaron Pike currently 2nd up against the clock in the men's sitting competition. Eskau is in bronze medal contention. But HRAFEYEVA, how costly will those 2 missed targets in round 2 prove to be? Taras Rad is in a medal position at the current juncture, 3rd of the 9 men in this World Championship final. HRAFEYEVA will have come out of her 2nd visit to the shooting range very frustrated, knowing that she would have to put in some shift around this course. But the problem is, it's so difficult to make up 2 minutes. You can be as quick as you like on the course, but it's unlikely that HRAFEYEVA is going to be 2 minutes quicker than Anja WICKER around the course. In the middle distance biathlon, a 150-meter penalty loop was the penalty for missing a target. That would maybe take 20 seconds or so maximum for these athletes, whereas a missed target in this means so much more. Oksana Masters knows that. 2 penalties in each of her 2 visits to the shooting range so far has her going round in 4th place of 4 in this World Championship final. Let's ski, let's go is the encouragement from the Team Canada for Derek Zaplatinsky. Going pretty well, Zaplatinsky in 5th place. Masters trying to use her speed to get herself back in contention for a medal. Many of the youngsters here to watch their idols, their role models. Now Masters coming in for her 3rd round of shooting. 2 penalties in the 1st round, 2 penalties in the 2nd round. Cannot afford any more time to be added. Needs to shoot clean here, Masters, if she's to have any chance of medaling, you'd feel. If she doesn't, she's relying on mistakes from Andrea Eskau. It is worth buying yourself a bit of extra time. Take a few seconds, get into your breathing rhythm. All of the athletes will have a number of breaths and a routine that they go through between each shot. It's good from Masters so far. A brief delay. Masters is really taking her time over this 3rd shot. She gets it. She gets number 4. And it's 5 from 5. The first clean round for Oksana Masters. And that just about keeps her in the hunt. In comes Trygve Steinar LARSEN, 44 years of age. We have him just outside the medal positions at the moment. This is Andrew Soul, who is going around in 6th as it stands. Very, very frustrated with himself there, Andrew Soul. He's missed all 3 of the middle targets, so 3 more minutes added to his time. You can see how disgusted he is with himself. That was his last round in the range, and it was his worst one. 2 penalties in each of the first 3 rounds, 3 penalties there. So that's 9 minutes added to his overall time. Dzmitry Loban, not quite the man that we've seen in the World Cup, here in the World Championships. hasn't yet shot a clean round and finds himself down in 7th place. That's LARSEN of Norway coming in for his last go as well. Been shooting very well, LARSEN. Just 2 penalties in his first round.
Und hier kommt wieder Fleig und zeitgleich auch Anja, Lidziya kommt auch rein. Die Stürze von Martin Fleig jetzt auf Bahn Nummer 2, wieder auf 2 Leute gleichzeitig.
See if he can put together another clean round, LARSEN, to keep himself in contention for the top 3. He's rattled off 4 from 4. Oh, and the anguish there as he misses his final target of this men's individual sitting biathlon. Could that additional minute put LARSEN out of contention for a podium place? There's Lidziya HRAFEYEVA. The gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon. Silver medalist in that race was this lady, Anja WICKER. 4th over this distance at the World Championships 2 years ago, WICKER. And Eskau currently in the bronze medal position. Shot very well after a tricky first round in the range. And there is number 13, Oksana Masters. Those two really battling for bronze, you would think. Zaplatinsky comes in for his final round in the range. Still okay with the rifle, Zaplatinsky. Shot clean in round 1. 1 penalty in round 2. 2 penalties in round 3. Just perhaps doesn't have the raw pace that many of his rivals do have. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's coming into the shooting range pretty much after everybody else, despite starting first. Of course, the times are calculated based on the level of impairment that each athlete has. Derek Zaplatinsky is an LW11 athlete, which is the highest level of impairment in this race, so his time will be factored by 94%, and that's another solid round for him. 4 from 5. As it stands in the men's competition, it's Fleig, Rad and Pike, the top 3. In the women's race, HRAFEYEVA is playing catch-up with Anja WICKER. So we're entering the final stages of the men's individual sitting biathlon. 15 kilometers of this grueling Finsterau course. Four visits to the shooting range. Oksana Masters in her rhythm. So too is Andrea Eskau. Spends a lot of time sort of head down and just digging deep and focusing. Tough work to get up to what seems like an eternity away, the crest of that incline. It's Dzmitry and Trygve Steinar LARSEN. LARSEN wearing 6, right, tucked up behind Dzmitry. In comes Oksana Masters once again. It's her final visit to the range. 2 penalties in each of the first 2 rounds, but shot clean last time around. If she can do so again, she may well be in with a shout of a medal, but it's tough to recover the time that has been lost.
Und wir warten jetzt dann auf Eskau und dann auf die 14, das ist Anja WICKER. Wir können dann rübergehen zum Zieleinlauf, wenn wir dann.
Now, in both of the rounds that we've watched of Oksana Masters, she's once she's got herself settled, she's pinged off the first 2 pretty quickly. In goes 1. Really very deliberate, and each target is crucial at this stage of the race. If you take 5, even 10 seconds to hit it, it's better than surrendering a minute for missing it. It's methodical from Masters. It's 4 from 4 for Masters. One more. And it's 5 from 5. It's back-to-back clean rounds for Oksana Masters, and that applies some real pressure to Andrea Eskau because Masters is very quick around the course. She's got 2.5 more kilometers with which to put herself in a position to try and win her 2nd medal of these World Championships. Taras Rad, we've not really seen much of him. He's been sort of going round about his business quite quietly. He shot 1 clean round, a couple with 1 penalty and 1 with 2 penalties. But as they started the final lap of the 3-kilometer course for the men's sitting race, Rad was in 2nd behind Martin Fleig. So we've got some finishers now coming in. Yevgeny LUKYANENKO of Belarus crosses the line. Remember, it doesn't matter who crosses the line first, it's all about the calculated time. Number 5, Andrew Soul, has just finished as well. Trygve Steinar LARSEN, going into this last lap, was in bronze medal position. So every push now is grueling. You can see him breathing and working very hard. Here's the youngster Taras Rad, 17 years old, and in with a real chance of another World Championship medal. Pushing hard down the finishing straight, Taras Rad, every second counts as he crosses the line. Oksana Masters has maybe 1.5 kilometers to go in the women's competition. Martin Fleig of Germany was in pole position coming into this last lap. He goes past his compatriot Anja WICKER, who is going very well in the women's race as well. Could we have 2 world champions from the home nation on the start of the 3rd day of competition here in Finsterau? The crowd would absolutely love that. We've got 3 more men coming into the finishing straight now. And it's big celebrations from Martin Fleig. We're just waiting for all of the official times to come in. The quickest man around so far was Taras Rad, 48 minutes and 1 second. Martin Fleig thinks that he's won it. Both arms aloft. He was in number 1 position on the last lap, and provided that Taras Rad hasn't pulled out anything absolutely spectacular, and Martin Fleig doesn't think he has. We can see there on the screen that there appears to be 3.5 minutes between their times. just have to have that confirmed, and it is confirmed. 44.39.4 for Martin Fleig. He is bowing to the crowd here in Finsterau because Martin Fleig is world champion once again. He won the middle distance biathlon on day one, and he's just won the long distance version on day 3 of competition. Fantastic from Martin Fleig. Silver medalist once again. Behind Fleig is Taras Rad. And bronze medalist, his second bronze of the competition, 44-year-old Trygve Steinar Larsen. Fabulous men's race then, won by an athlete from the home nation, Martin Fleig, who said that he was going to try and keep the pressure off himself coming into his home world championships. Pressure, what pressure? 2 goals from 2 for Fleig. Can Anja WICKER get herself into first place after silver in the middle distance biathlon behind HRAFEYEVA? WICKER has been sensational in the shooting range. She has missed 1 of 20 targets. HRAFEYEVA has missed 3, and it's the second round where she missed 2 and WICKER missed none that could prove to be pivotal. Andrea Eskau started her 5th and final 2.5 kilometer lap in 4th place after Oksana Masters shot her final 2 rounds in the range clean. So unless Eskau has pulled out some real pace over the last 2.5 kilometers, she may well miss out on a medal. Still got 1 more man to finish in the men's sitting individual biathlon. That's 51 minutes and counting of hard work for Derek Zaplatinsky. Good commitment as ever from the 31-year-old. So Anja WICKER, the best in the world this season. You can only really call yourself the best in the world if you win a World Championship final. She's not got long to go before she can hopefully, from her perspective, enjoy the rousing reception that Martin Fleig received when he crossed the finish line. Derek Zaplatinsky is coming into the home straight and is warmly received by what must be 400 or 500 people here in Finsterau on Valentine's Day. Oksana Masters is flying. She's tucking in. This is the first time that she's ever competed on the major international stage over the longer distance. Lidziya Rafayeva has put everything she could into this biathlon, but ultimately 3 missed targets in the shooting range may well have cost her a second world title at these championships. At the halfway point, Oksana Masters was outside of the medals, but her pace around the course and 2 clean rounds in 3 and 4 have really made all the difference to her. And in she comes, carrying as much speed down the finishing straight as she possibly can. It's a fabulous second half of the race for Oksana Masters. And I don't think that this lady, Andrea Eskau, is going to be able to do anything to catch her. So Rafeyeva's time has been confirmed at 46 minutes and 5. Oksana Masters 46.43. So she was only Less than 40 seconds behind HRAFEYEVA, Oksana Masters. Remember, each missed target was a minute added on to the calculated overall time for these athletes. Eskau had a lot of trouble in the first round in the range. She missed 3 of the 5 targets. Anja WICKER has been lethal. She's missed once. May well be a bit of a lonely place out there on the course now, with everybody bar WICKER and Eskau having finished. But WICKER will know in the back of her mind that she is very close to a world title. She's the reigning Paralympic champion in the middle distance biathlon. She was the silver medalist in Sochi over the longer distance. Is she about to win the world title? Andrea Eskau digging deep until the last. 2 medals from 2 events so far for her. She was the 2013 world champion. And that final incline must feel so long. Completed maybe 11.5 kilometers, 12 kilometers, something like that now. Lactic acid building up in the arms and the torso. The lungs will be burning because although it is warm by the standards usually at this time of year here, it is still only 4 or 5 degrees. Everything will be aching now for Eskau.
Anja WICKER kommt in der 14 und Eskau. Vielleicht reicht es ja auch noch für eine Medaille für Andrea Eskau bei den Women.
She negotiates the final few corners of this 2.5 kilometer course. I think when she does make it round to the finishing straight, she will be buoyed by the hundreds of people lining the barriers here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. Fabulous facility, fabulous community, and they have 2 home athletes to welcome shortly. That's Anja WICKER.
Die TV-Stationen sind hier jede Menge. Die Veranstaltung wird live im Internet übertragen vom IPC TV. Das ist ein umfangreiches tschechisches Fernsehteam.
So HRAFEYEVA went round in 43 minutes and 5 seconds and had 3 minutes added to that for 3 missed targets. So 46.05 is the time to beat. Eskau coming in now to finish her race. Struggled in the first round in the range. He's getting a rousing round of applause and cheer here in Finsterau. And in comes Anja WICKER as well. And the place is going absolutely mad as the music plays. That smile is on her face for Anja WICKER. A clench of the left fist. We just await official confirmation for you so that we can say those words that Anja WICKER will want to hear. Our Master of Ceremonies down there is getting very excitable. Yeah, the official timings are in. It's a victory by a long margin for Anja WICKER. Almost 3 minutes ahead of Lidziya HRAFEYEVA. So Anja WICKER is the world champion in the women's individual sitting biathlon. 43.07 for her. 46.05 for HRAFEYEVA, who takes silver. And a really good second half of the race for Oksana Masters of USA, who gets the bronze ahead of Andrea Eskau of Germany. So from the home nation's perspective, a perfect start to day 3 here in Finsterau. There's confirmation rather of the men's individual sitting race, 15 kilometers, after which Martin Fleig added another gold medal to his haul. Gold in the middle distance, now gold in the long distance. A second silver of these championships for Taras Rad. And Trygve Steinar Larsen picks up his second bronze medal here in Finsterau. Zapatinsky, who we saw finish well behind the rest of the field. Of course, you remember me saying that he's an LW11 athlete, so his factoring of 94% was taken into account, and it's a very solid 5th place for Zapatinsky, behind Aaron Pike of the USA. Dzmitry Loban, well, came into these championships with hopes of medaling, and so far has not managed to do so. Here is confirmation then of 2 golds from 2 on day 3 for Germany. Anja WICKER was beaten to gold in the middle distance by HRAFEYEVA, but over the longer distance she's won by 2 minutes and 57 seconds over the Belarusian. So WICKER gets gold, silver for HRAFEYEVA, and it is bronze for Oksana Masters.
Die Frauen auch natürlich alle 4 schon und ganz oben werden wir auf jeden Fall eine deutsche Medaille dann heute Abend jubeln können und bei den Männern natürlich auch nochmal eine. Christian Eder, der strahlt natürlich jetzt auch.
So we've got a bit of a break in the racing here for the moment in Finsterau. We'll have the flower ceremonies for both of the sitting races to come for you on this live stream very, very shortly indeed. Once again, if you want to get confirmation of all the times and performances from these 2 races, our website finsterau2017.com, and share your thoughts on social media, hashtag Finsterau2017. The crowd very much enjoying the fact that Martin Fleig and Anja WICKER are the world champions. Flower ceremonies coming very shortly.
Also, Christian Eder und sein Team, und ich würde jetzt sagen, alle Zuschauer hier im Stadion. Jetzt gibt es noch einen Applaus für das Organisationsteam vom SV Finsterau, die das hier sensationell machen. Das ist für euch, die Jungs und Mädels vom SV Finsterau.
Nordic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch Parat, Premium-Lösungen aus Kunststoff.
So, jetzt haben wir hier nochmal die vorläufige Ergebnisliste für euch. Alles, wie gesagt, unofficial, also vorläufig. Bei den Männern Martin Fleig auf 1, Taras aus der Ukraine auf 2 und Steinar Larsen aus Norwegen auf 3. Das sind also diejenigen, die jetzt gleich bei der Flower oben live begrüßen werden. Dann bekommen sie in unserem Fall einen Filou überreicht. Die Medaille dann, die lange sind, die gibt es heute Abend um 18 Uhr bei der Siegerehrung im Bergstade. Bei den Frauen, da sieht es auch gut aus für Deutschland, ganz oben, in diesem Fall schwarz-rot-gold. Also Anja WICKER holt sich hier die goldene Plakette heute Abend, wenn wir sie umhängen. Dann haben wir Lidziya HRAFEYEVA auf 2 und Oksana Masters aus den USA auf Platz Nummer 3. Das sind die Top 3 bei den Women Sitting, bei den World Power Nordic Skiing Championships in Finsterau 2017. Gleich sehen wir uns wieder oben an der Flower.
Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Ihre Sparkasse HRAFEYEVA. Wir sind für Sie da, wann immer Sie wollen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with a flower ceremony in a few minutes. Please come to us for receiving the... We need Mr. Tarat Ras from the Ukraine and Mr. LARSEN from Norway. Please get ready for the flap. Mr. LARSEN.
Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch WICKER Wohnkollektionen. Natürliche Massivholzhöhle nachteilig.
Also für euch jetzt nochmal die Information, es geht ja gleich Schlag auf Schlag weiter. Die nächste Top-Veranstaltung wartet auf euch und auf uns. Es gibt jetzt nachher dann den Biathlon Einzel-Standing. Das ist also was ganz Tolles. Da freuen wir uns alle schon und eine großartige Kulisse hier im Stadion in Finsterab. Also die Steher sind jetzt nachher dann gleich unterwegs. Die Women und die Men. Die Men fangen an über die 15 Kilometer, die Women dann hinten drauf. Und hinten haben wir dann noch die visually impaired, also die mit Sehbehinderung, die visually impaired mit den Akustikdiensten dann, auch was ganz spannend ist. Und ich habe das Zeichen bekommen von Christian hier. In 2-3 Minuten legen wir los mit der Flower. Norweger zieht sich noch um und der Ras glaube ich auch. Ich brauche hier eine Minute, ist er da. Für Steinar LARSEN.
Nordic Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch Trygve, Ihr zuverlässiger Meisterbetrieb im Spenglerhandwerk.
Welcome back to Finsterau. We've had 2 of 6 individual biathlons completed, and we have got 2 German world champions, Martin Fleig in the men's individual sitting race and Anja WICKER in the women's. And there in the middle is Martin Fleig. Won the first gold medal of these championships on home snow on day 1. Was the middle distance biathlon. We added 2.5 kilometers to the course, and Martin Fleig went round and won it again over the longer distance. So it's the flower ceremony now, or the filu ceremony as I'm going to affectionately call it, because each of our athletes gets given the official mascot of the 2017 World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships, filu. The name very cleverly derives from the first 2 letters of the name of the place that we're in, Finsterau, F-I, and Lu is the beginning of the word Lux, which is German for lynx. The animal lynx, of which there are 20 or 30 wild in the Bavarian forest. The fabulous backdrop for these World Championships that has welcomed all of the athletes, all of the officials from all over the world with open arms, and in many cases welcomed them into their own homes.
Welcome here to Finsterau, and we're going to now starting our ceremony for biathlon individual men.
So there's the man who finished 3rd, Trygve Steinar Larsen.
Please welcome the medalists. Warm applause. Here we go.
A lot of people here in Finsterau today to watch the action.
Our mascots, our filus, will be represented by Rob Walsh the chairperson from World Para Nordic Ski. Welcome. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the bronze medalist.
So bronze medalist, 44 years of age and still winning medals at the very top.
Trygve LARSEN.
Norway's Trygve Steinar Larsen was in exactly this position 2 days ago after the cross-country sprint. And there he is yet again, adding another filu to his collection. The medals will be presented later on this evening.
Ukraine, Mr. Taras Rad.
Taras Rad, the world leader this season, has taken this sport by storm at the age of 17. It's silver again for him. Still seems pretty delighted with that. If you can win silver medals at age 17, you've got a good career ahead of you. Martin Fleig still doesn't really look like he can believe that he is a world champion for the second time at these world championships. Such a good character, so well liked, and now he is a double world champion. The middle distance and the long distance biathlon world titles both belong to that man.
Once again, a great applause for Mr. Larsen, Mr. Rad.
Enjoying life on home snow, Martin Fleig. He'll receive another gold medal later on this evening. Another fantastic performance from Fleig. And he won it very convincingly in the end.
Für die nächste blaue Ceremony kommt jetzt sofort. Das sind die Mädels. Please get ready.
You see the flags at the top of the shooting range, fluttering in the breeze slightly. It is very warm here in Finsterau today. We're up to about 5 degrees at the moment. And there's the cute little mascot, Filu. Lidziya HRAFEYEVA saying to Anja, WICKER there, are you moving over to the silver medal place? WICKER says no. My place is right here in the middle, where the winner belongs. It was the other way round on day one in the middle distance. HRAFEYEVA gold, WICKER silver. This time, it's WICKER gold, HRAFEYEVA silver, and Oksana Masters did really well to turn her race around after the halfway point and finish ahead of Germany's Andrea Eskau.
These are the medalists. Once again, this is presented by Rob Walsh, the chairperson of World Para Nordic Ski. The bronze medalist representing.
So, bronze medal for Oksana Masters of the USA. Just 4 seconds outside the medal places in the middle distance biathlon. Her first time competing in a major long distance race, and she gets herself a bronze medal.
Lidziya HRAFEYEVA.
HRAFEYEVA had not won a major international medal before these championships, and this is now her third. She's got one of every colour. Gold in the middle distance biathlon on day one, bronze in the cross-country sprint on day two, and here on what is officially day four, she's a silver medalist, but a popular winner and world champion is Anja WICKER. She rarely stops smiling, but I think that smile is even wider now that she is a world champion. Silver medalist in Sochi 2014. Only managed 4th in Cable 2 years ago. This time she is the world champion. Anja WICKER of Germany.
Anja WICKER aus Deutschland mit der Goldmedaille. Die bekommt sie heute Abend um 18 Uhr im WM-Stade from Finsterau.
Such great mutual respect between all of these athletes. A very small field for this. There were only 4 athletes, so they will be getting to know each other inside out, trying to find the weaknesses. Up there it's all smiles, but out on the course it's all trying to pick apart their opponents and gain the advantage. WICKER came out on top this time. So do stay with us on the live stream. You may, if you wish, go and grab yourselves a drink or a bite to eat, because our next race will start at midday Central European time, the men's individual standing biathlon. So do make sure that you join us for that, and we will speak to you again in just over half an hour.
Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Trygve, Ihr Partner Vakuummesstechnik.
Du brauchst doch schon 4 Reiner nur. Lauf!
World Para Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Heide, Wetzlar und Thüringen und Rufen.
Ja, der habe ich schon schon gesagt, dass das Ganze in der finalen Phase ist. Es soll keine Mahnung mehr schicken. Das habe ich letzte Woche schon gemacht.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear athletes, we welcome you at the ski stadium Finsterau. The SV Finsterau wishes you an exciting racing day. www.finsterau2017.com World Para Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Knaus Tabbert. Wir bewegen Menschen. Para-Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Parat, Premium-Lösungen auf Kunststoff.
Welcome back to Finsterau in the Bavarian Forest, southeast Germany, for the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships. It's officially day 4, the third day of competition here in Finsterau. We've had 2 world champions crowned already today in the long distance biathlon. In the men's sitting classification, it was Martin Fleig who got gold once again. That's 2 golds for the 27-year-old who trains here in Finsterau, and gold in the women's sitting competition for Anja WICKER. So it's been a good start for the home supporters to get behind Martin Fleig and Anja WICKER. Lots of other nations represented here, of course, at the World Championships. The next race we've got for you is the men's long-distance standing biathlon. And in there we have the current informed man in the world, Benjamin DAVIET. Got the gold medalist from the middle distance biathlon, Mark ARENDZ of Canada. Grigory Vovchinsky has got 2 bronze medals in the 2 races that he's competed in so far, so it's another very strong field indeed. 15 kilometers is the requirement here. That's 5 laps of the 3-kilometer standing course. And no penalty loops in this particular discipline of biathlon, so each target missed in the shooting range will add 1 whole minute onto your overall calculated time, and that came very much into play in the races that we had earlier on today. So the racing will begin at midday Central European time, so just a couple of minutes to go. There are course officials out there making sure that everything is ready and prepared for our elite athletes. Another good crowd here at Finsterau. This event has been very, very well received in the local area by those interested in spectating and also those interested in helping. There must be 20 or 30 people working in the main hall on the catering side of things. There are all the officials, all of the race office personnel. It really is a beautiful part of the world. The people here have been so warm and friendly. Number 21 is Juha Harkinen of Finland, just preparing himself for the start of this race. You see is an LW4 classified athlete. So the 97%, if you're new to parabiathlon, is the percentage factoring system that's applied. So all of these athletes will race against the clock. And Juha Harkinen, his calculated time will be 97% of his real time. So the percentage factoring allows athletes of different classifications to compete in the same race. So it's a calculated time that they will be setting. And as I said, 1 minute added for each target missed in the shooting range. We've got the women's standing competition will start about 10 minutes after we've let all of the athletes from the men's competition go. They'll go at 30-second intervals.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear athletes, we welcome you at the
As I say, it's a 3-kilometer course for this particular race. It's fairly steady and flat and downhill up towards the 1.2 kilometer mark, and then there is an almighty climb of 31 meters in the middle part of the course. So it will start and feel very nice to start with. It will get tougher as the race goes on. That's Serhii Romaniuk, his major championships debut. He's found it tough so far, didn't qualify for the semis in the cross-country sprint, was 9th in the middle distance biathlon. But we are underway with the long distance biathlon. Juha Harkinen, 42 years of age, from Finland. Finished 12 of the 13 athletes that raced the middle distance biathlon, Harkinen. 13th in the World Championships 2 years ago. He's not the oldest man in the field, because that particular accolade belongs to this man, Serhii Silchanka of Belarus. Many times a medalist at the Winter Paralympics and World Championships. He was 10th in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. That's Romaniuk, who we just saw, 21 years of age. Part of a very strong Ukrainian team. 9 medals on day 1 for Ukraine, 8 medals on day 2. It's going very well for them so far. Number 24 is another athlete from the Ukrainian team, Vasili Sitnik. Never medalled at a major championships. He's been competing internationally since 2009. 28 years of age now, Vasili Sitnik. Next to go, Keiichi Sato of Japan. Just outside the medals in the middle distance biathlon a couple of days ago, so he could be up towards the upper echelons of this long distance race. 8th at the World Championships 2 years ago. Competed at Rio 2016 in para-triathlon, Keiichi Sato. Next up, Grigory Vovchinsky. Bronze in the middle distance biathlon on day 1, bronze in the cross-country sprint on day 2. He's the reigning Paralympic champion in this discipline. So a good pedigree, Vovchinsky. Always there or thereabouts.
Nils-Erik.
27 is Mark ARENDZ, who won gold on day 1. I know we had a lot of support from those of you watching from Canada on the live stream, so hello to you. Good afternoon from Finsterau. Mark's wife was commenting and saying how proud she was of the reigning middle distance biathlon world champion. What has he got in his locker for the long distance? We'll find out in about 15 kilometers time. Ihor Repchuk then of Ukraine, world champion over this distance in 2013 and 2015. A hat-trick of world titles could be in the offing for Ihor Repchuk. He's already got one to his name in 2017 in the cross-country sprint. Nils-Erik ULSET of Norway. Fourth a couple of years ago. He's been winning medals since Salt Lake City 2002, ULSET. And now Benjamin Daviet of France, silver in the middle distance. Bronze in this 2 years ago in cable. Still seeking his first major individual gold, although he has won gold in the relay with the French team in cable a couple of years ago. The current world leader, Benjamin Daviet, best in the World Cup so far this season. So there's Juha Hakkinen. Been out on the course for about 5 minutes or so. Keiichi Sato, who was 8th at the World Championships in cable, improving all the time, even though he is 37 years of age now. He has got his sights set firmly on Pyeongchang. Remember the Winter Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang, Korea, in about 13 months' time. There's a test event in Pyeongchang next month. It's round 3 of the World Cup Series. Many of these athletes will be going there to try and get used to the facilities. The World Cup is a very, very strong competition indeed, with the majority of the athletes that we're watching here in the World Championships competing on a more regular basis. Gives us a good idea as to how they're performing, how their form is during the season. And there's Mark ARENDZ of Canada. Keiichi Sato making his way through the Bavarian forest. Very picturesque course here in the wonderful region of Bavaria, and more specifically the Mount Finsterau municipality. Repchuk was maybe a little disappointing in the middle distance biathlon, just 6th place for him. At the age of 22, sometimes for many athletes the raw ability doesn't always transfer into race results. At the very highest level in a World Championship final, it's very much about mental focus and race execution. ULSET is making up some ground on Wovchinski. That was Silchanka just going through. There he is in the green, red and white of Belarus.
Vorne bereiten sich die Ulmen vor auf ihren Start. 12:10 Uhr, 30 Sekunden, die Nummer 41 wird das Rennen dann eröffnen. Das ist Brittany Hudak aus Kanada, gefolgt von Faron. Während hier
Silchenko is now coming into the shooting range. Plenty of supporters here in Finsterau from the local area and from some local schools as well today. Pretty good school trip to come and watch a World Championships. So they will each have 4 rounds in the shooting range, 5 targets to hit. Each missed target represents a penalty of 1 minute added to the overall time, and Silchenko has missed his first shot. And he's missed his second as well. It's not the best of starts for Silchenko. Number 3 was inaccurate. Number 4 was as well. And it's 1 from 5 for Sergei Silchenko, so a 4-minute penalty already added to the 45-year-old's overall time. Breeze has just picked up a touch in Finsterau in the last half hour or so. It was more still than this for the sitting races earlier on. So conditions may be a little bit tricky for some of the athletes. This is Keiichi Sato. Let's see if he can negotiate this first round with a little more success than Silchenko. Well, it's 4 out of 5 for Sato. So just a 1-minute penalty for the 37-year-old from Japan. Mark ARENDZ of Canada is now in the range. You see the rise and fall of the chest as the breaths are taken in before he remains totally still. Just 1 breath for ARENDZ and then fires off the shot. Can he make it 5 from 5 and the perfect start? Yes, he can. Mark ARENDZ means business here in this long-distance biathlon. He's already got that winning feeling here in Finsterau. And it's as good a start as he could have hoped for. There he goes, embarking on lap number 2 of this 3-kilometer course. So the women's race is also underway. This is Momoko DEKIJIMA of Japan. 3 athletes already out on the course. Brittany Hudak, Iveta Farrell and Eureka Abe have just started their races. DEKIJIMA, 42 years of age. 6th at the World Championships 2 years ago. Into the range now comes Benjamin Daviet of France. Silver in that middle distance biathlon on day 1. He's the world leader this season, Daviet. 500 World Cup points. The 27-year-old in with a real chance of claiming that first coveted individual gold medal. Mark ARENDZ, the man who beat him in the middle distance race, has shot 5 out of 5 in his opening round. Daviet shooting from right to left, just similar to ARENDZ, with 1 breath in between the shots, and it's working for Daviet. It's perfect for Daviet as well. So 5 from 5 for Daviet. And no penalties accrued by Benjamin Daviet. Starting now in the women's race is number 47, Liudmyla Liashenko, who finally beat her compatriot Oleksandra Kananova in one of the races a couple of days ago, the cross-country sprint. Kananova was here to defend all 6 of her world titles from 2 years ago, 3 in the biathlon, 3 in the cross-country. There she is, Kananova. She was beaten by a couple of centimetres by Liashenko in the cross-country sprint, although Kananova did win middle distance biathlon gold on day 1. She was the Paralympic champion in this discipline in both 2010 and 2014, and the world champion in 09, 11 and 15. Kananova, hard to believe with a kind of record like that she's only 25. Her husband is Grigory Vovchinsky, who is going in the men's race. There's Benjamin Daviet, number 30, and then followed by Brittany Hudak of Canada, wearing 41, and that's Iveta Farol of Poland, just 17 years of age. Here's a man full of confidence, Mark ARENDZ. But already go away from Finsterau a world champion. And I think the feeling after winning one of them, he'll want to experience that all over again today. That's Sergei Romaniuk. And that's the first of the starters in the women's race, Brittany Hudak, 23 years of age, from Canada. Getting better all the time. 6th in this discipline at the World Championships 2 years ago. There is Vovchinsky, whose wife Kananova we just saw start her race. A couple of bronzes so far for Vovchinsky. Now Momoko DEKIJIMA was well ahead of the field in this race in Sochi at the Winter Paralympics. So far ahead that it raised some eyebrows, and it turned out that she'd actually raced the wrong course slightly and had to do a few penalty loops at the end and ended up finishing 7th. I don't think she'll make the same mistake again today. Daviet, bronze medalist in cable. Past the 10-minute mark already. The centre of the picture there is Mark ARENDZ of Canada. Goes into a very nice rhythm there, ARENDZ. Yulia Batenkova of Ukraine, hugely successful athlete. 27 medals in major international competitions, 14 at World Championships, 13 at the Paralympics. The experienced man, Sielchanka, begins one of the inclines on this 3-kilometre course. All of the inclines coming in the second half of the lap. So they kind of start them off gently, if you like. And then it's fairly tough going from there. Maximum climb of 31 meters. This is Nils-Erik ULSET of Norway. Fourth in cable a couple of years ago, ULSET, so just outside the medals. 5th in the middle distance this year in Finsterau. Sielchanka made his senior debut in 2001. 16 seasons now for the seasoned Belarusian. She's coming in for round 2 in the range. Struggled first time round, Silchanka. Needs to put that out of his mind, needs to refocus and make sure that he doesn't accrue too many more penalties. He was off target with the first two, but he has got the one right down the middle. And that's 2. It's just 2 from 5 though for Silchanka. And that's another 3 minutes added on to his overall time. It's tough to try and claw back that time when you're out on the course. 1 minute per target is quite a severe penalty. Juha Hakkinen, 42-year-old from Finland, settles in for his second round.
25 aufwärts, hat eine Scheibe stehen lassen, 28, 2
Took his time to make sure he was perfectly still, but it was well worth it because that's 2 from 2. 1 breath, then a pause, then fires it off. This is good from Hakkinen. It's very good from Hakkinen. Good as it gets. 5 out of 5. Good stuff for the experienced Finn. Vovchinski is the next man into the shooting range that we can pick up on the live stream. Was clean first time round. How will he get on this time? Wow, he's absolutely rattling them off. It's 5 out of 5 in very quick succession for Vovchinski. Up he gets and off he goes. 2 clean rounds for Vovchinski. Didn't waste any time in hitting all 5 of those targets. No penalties so far for Vovchinski. So it's all down to how well he does on his way around the course. Now, Benjamin Daviet. The Frenchman, silver medalist already in Finsterau. Still seeking that elusive gold medal that is solely for him. He opts to shoot from right to left, and it's 2 from 2. This is good from Daviet. It's perfect from Daviet. 5-star display from the Frenchman. That's Juha Hakkinen, the first man to embark on lap number 3. ULSET and Daviet. This is Silchanka. Approaching the halfway stage of his race, Silchanka. Sometimes be very lonely out there. The course stretches 3 kilometers, so it's very conceivable that you spend a lot of time with nobody in front of or behind you. Of course, they're not racing really for position on the course, more against the clock, but sometimes it's nice to have somebody to focus on and try and keep close to. That's what these two are doing at the moment, Nils-Erik ULSET and Benjamin Daviet. And in the sitting race earlier on this morning, we even had some slipstreaming going on. On the climb, Mark ARENDZ and Igor Reptjuk. And that's Eureka Abbey of Japan, 21 years of age. This is the first time she's really competed over this kind of distance at this kind of level. Veta Farron making her major championships debut here in Finsterau. That's Vitali Sitnik. And there is Iryna Bui. Was well down the field in the middle distance biathlon in 9th place, but did pick up a bronze in the cross-country sprinting. And this is Vovchinsky going very well for Ukraine at the moment. We saw him shoot clean in a very rapid-fire visit to the shooting range last time round. The top of the hill there is Juha Hakkinen. Got Vovchinsky in 5th place as it stands. Daviet and ULSET are still going side by side around this course. Just 2% difference in the factoring for their overall times. 89% for Nils-Erik ULSET, 91% for Benjamin Daviet. Getting some very, very audible vocal support there, Nils-Erik ULSET, urging him up the hill. Vovchinsky just ducks under the outstretched pole of Hakkinen. Athletes being encouraged to work very hard. Every second counts. You can hear how blustery it is in parts of this course.
Da gibt es dann unter anderem Mixed Relay, das heißt Männlein und Weiblein in einer Staffel und auch noch getauscht. Sitting und Standing darf auch noch innerhalb von einer Staffel und jeweils noch der Behinderungs...
Farron begins the climb. Ihor Repchuk is there, and Sielchanka and Mark ARENDZ as well.
So berechnet, dass es fair und gerecht am Schluss dann ausgeht, je nachdem, welches Handicap der jeweilige hat.
Repchuk had 3 penalties in the shooting range in his first round, which has seen him slip down into 7th place in the current standings. Benjamin Daviet is the fastest man out there as it stands. Mark ARENDZ 2nd, Nils-Erik ULSET in 3rd.
Die ersten gehen nach vorne, das heißt, die nächsten Läufer sind angekündigt. Der jeweilige Teambetreuer, der dann mit dem individuellen Gerät des Athleten nach vorne geht.
And they'll all arrive into the shooting range together. ARENDZ and Repchuk and Sielchanka.
28
ARENDZ and Daviet, as they were in the middle distance race, are the top 2. It's a good start for ARENDZ. Can he make it another 5 from 5? He can. This is impeccable from Mark ARENDZ. Shades back on. Off he goes for lap number 4.
41 ist da. 23 und 43. Also Liudmyla. Dann kommt hier 43, das ist Abel. Abel. Und hier super Schießanlage.
Eureka Abe.
Sehr gute, 24 ebenfalls zum Schießen.
Just 21 years of age. First saw her in a World Cup event in Finland back in 2012. 2 breaths between shots for Abby. You see the chest rise and fall twice. Can she make it a full house? She can. It's good stuff from Eureka Abby.
Also 47, das ist LIASHENKO, 48 kommt Norway, Iryna, 7 waren 7, die Nummer 47 am Bahn 4, die Nummer 48. 21 kommt der Finne.
Grimace on the face of Juha Harkinen. It is hard work out there. The problem is the air temperature is still very cold at circa 5 degrees, which makes breathing pretty difficult and burns the lungs, but the sunshine is very warm on the body, so conditions can be pretty tiring out there. Add that to the fact that you've got 15 kilometers to race over. Harkinen incurring no penalties so far in this visit. Good with the rifle again for the experienced Finn. It's Romaniuk of Ukraine. And there's Harkinen that we've just seen do really well. And this is Benjamin DAVIET vying for a gold medal. Repchuk has one of those to take home to Ukraine with him already in the cross-country sprint. It would mean so much to Benjamin DAVIET to be an outright world champion, a standalone world champion. Tasted team success. This man has tasted individual success, and we'll remember it very fondly from just a couple of days ago. Spent about 24 minutes out on the course for Benjamin DAVIET. He was the last man to go, so most of our other athletes will be past the half-hour mark now. Juha Harkinen was the first man out. '25 is Keiichi Sato, 37 years of age now. At the other end of the age spectrum is this lady, Iveta Faron. That's from Romaniuk. You can hear the rhythmic trudge up the incline. Vovchinsky, Romaniuk's compatriot, now faces the same task. This is DEKIJIMA, the most experienced athlete in the women's race. 15 years on the major international stage. Oh, there's a bit of a trip there. Did Sato's ski just catch Brittany Hudak of Canada as she went through? A bit congested in that stage of the course. Hudak was back to her feet pretty quickly. No such trouble for Benjamin DAVIET. He will be solely focused on his own race, what he's got to do. This is Yulia Batenkova, Let's just have a look at the replay here. Oh, it's actually the pole, the right pole of Keiichi Sato that just got stuck in the section between the boot and the ski there of Iveta Faron. Sorry, of Brittany Hudak. Hopefully not too much harm done to Hudak's race.
So, gleich kommen sie rein, die nächsten, zum Schießen. Wenn da vorne dann Bewegung ist, ein Betreuerteam und die ersten Waffen nach.
Das ist Ihor Reptjuk. And his compatriot Vitaly Sitnik.
Jetzt gibt's wieder Bewegung.
Reptjuk just 22 years of age, but has a real winning mentality. DAVIET himself is 27.
Dann fällt hier die Entscheidung beim entscheidenden letzten Schießen. Und natürlich jetzt schon drei Schleifen, vier
So
Schleifen.
Reptjuk, the reigning world champion, is into the shooting range.
Dann nur noch 3 Kilometer, das heißt 12 haben sie schon gelaufen.
Half an hour elapsed for Reptjuk.
Reptjuk. Und einen laufen wir.
See how he gets on here. It's good from Reptjuk. It's very good. And his final visit to the range is a perfect one. 5 from 5.
Nächste, der da ist, die 27. Unser Freund aus Kanada, Mark, ARENDZ.
Iveta Faron, who will no doubt be taking as much experience as she can from these championships. 17 years of age.
Wenn wir den nächsten schon da sind, die 22 kommt. 78 ist schon da. Die Ukrainerin. Liudmyla, der Weißrusse beim Schießen, der Japaner beim Schießen. Das ist Sato.
Started well for Faron. She's missed the central target, but she's back on target with number 4. And with number 5 as well. 4 from 5 for Faron, so just 1 minute to add to her calculated time.
23 kämpfen noch, 23 fertig, 26 kommt zum Schießen, 48 fertig. Eine Scheibe steht, einen Fehler.
In now to the range comes Iryna Bui in behind her, Brittany Hudak, who had that tumble a few minutes ago. Iryna Bui is just, I think, struggling to detach her pole from her hand. In the foreground is Vovchinsky. This is Iryna Bui that we're looking at. Taking plenty of time to get herself set. But it pays off. It's good stuff from Bui. Can she make it a full house? Yes, she can. Sharp shooting from the 21-year-old.
Ukrainer ist ja vorhin schon rausgegangen. Da kommt jetzt auf die Fehler noch an. 24 beim Schießen, 46 und 30. Numero 30. Auf Bahn Nummer 2.
In comes Nils-Erik ULSET. Lifts up the shades, breathing fairly heavily. A lot of the athletes like to get in as many deep breaths as they can while they're getting themselves set, just to try and steady things down. Last visit to the range for the 33-year-old. The crowd getting very involved, as they do for all of the athletes. It's excellent from ULSET. Keeps himself in the hunt at the top of this race. Another man who is very much in the hunt for a medal here is ARENDZ. I think the only question is, what colour will it be? Benjamin DAVIET may have something to say about what colour ARENDZ's medal will be. This is Keiichi Sato. And there, the teenager Iveta Faron, who we watched in the shooting range a couple of moments ago. Sochanka of Belarus. Still working hard, but his time is struggling due to his lack of accuracy in the range. No such trouble for that man, number 29, Nils-Erik ULSET. Attacking his final 3 kilometers of this men's individual standing biathlon. Povchinski is always in the shake-up, regardless of what the discipline and what the distance is.
45 seconds behind for the last round. It's right? As I calculated? Okay. Also, die Jungs aus Kanada haben das bestätigt. No, aber ungefähr.
ARENDZ being willed on for the final stages of this race. Juha Haakkonen still going through the motions, the 42-year-old Finn. Benjamin DAVIET. Can he turn silver into gold?
Fehler. Und das heißt, 16 Sekunden ist ARENDZ dahinter auf DAVIET. Er muss also jetzt auf diesen 3 Kilometern die 16 Sekunden reinlaufen. Ist zu schaffen. Man kann es machen, 16. Lidziya auf 4, also ein weiterer Norweger momentan noch auf dem Medaillenrang, und Povchinski auf den 4. Platz nach dem wohlgemerkt dritten Schießen. Mittlerweile haben wir das 4. schon absolviert. Und wir schauen mal zu den Mädels.
HRAFEYEVA of Ukraine.
Überraschenderweise wieder die Japanerin drin, aber die wir ja schon mal mit einer Medaille gesehen haben am Wochenende. Vorne ganz klar LIASHENKO, mit einem Schießfehler erst. Ui, mit 2 Schießfehlern nach dem zweiten Schießen auf 2.
And HRAFEYEVA will come in to be the first man to finish, but it's not about first across the line, it's about how the times shake up. How the calculated times work out. So HRAFEYEVA's calculated time will be 96% of his real time.
Vorne fällt die Entscheidung zwischen Daviet und ARENDZ. ARENDZ muss 16 Sekunden aufholen.
Mark ARENDZ also coming into the finishing straight. 45.40 is the time to beat set by Ihor Repsyuk. Mark ARENDZ will be over 5 minutes inside that. So 39.21.9 the time to beat Mark ARENDZ. Juha Harkonen was the first man to start this men's individual standing biathlon. Still got a little way to go before he has the finish line in sight. Next across the line will be Keiichi Sato, outside of Mark ARENDZ's time, but 42.30.3 for Sato. Down, face down in the snow, Sato, after giving it everything.
Zu schnell, ganz schnell abgedrückt und hat wieder 3 Minuten eingehandelt. Da kommt schon die nächste, das ist die 42.
Silchanka on his final approach. You'll see there that his time is over 50 minutes. He struggled in the shooting range today, Sergei Silchanka. It's a final time of around 55.5 minutes. 1 minute of penalty added for each target missed, and that has really put Silchanka's calculated time way down. Benjamin Daviet then of France. Mark ARENDZ has set a time of 39.21 to beat. Daviet has just, that was Serhii Ramanyuk who has just crossed the line for Ukraine. We're in the shooting range in the women's race with Eureka Abbey, bronze medalist in the middle distance biathlon.
45 kommt. Das ist Hui. Und die 44 ebenfalls eine weitere Japanerin, ebenfalls Fischenset.
Off target with the first, Abbey, but good for the second. Taking her time, Abbey, and it's a wise tactic because 10 seconds per shot, 15 seconds per shot to make sure that you're ready is much better than losing a minute for missing it. And after missing the first one, Abbey got 4 in a row, so just adds 1 minute penalty to her time. This is the moment that Benjamin Daviet crossed the line. And celebrated. He's just walking past my commentary position here, waving his skis and a big hug with one of the French team as well. Benjamin Daviet is straight in for photos and interviews. Just a bit of a lag on the official time, but I would suggest that by his reaction, he is the leader. He is 38.33 for Daviet. Nils-Erik ULSET coming in. Bronze medal position at the moment is Keiichi Sato with 42.30. Nils-Erik ULSET will be inside that at 40.26. So bronze medal position at the moment, Nils-Erik ULSET. Mark ARENDZ is the man in the silver medal position. That was the moment Keiichi Sato crossed the line and buried his head in the snow. There's Nils-Erik ULSET. Third place for the Norwegian.
Da wird natürlich eigentlich gerechnet, was die Schießfehler angeht. Da kommen dann die Meldungen rein von den Leuten am Schießstand, die protokollieren ja das Ganze, müssen das Ganze dann per Funk durchgeben an die Jury.
That was the moment Mark ARENDZ crossed the line. Set a time of 39.21, but the celebration from Benjamin Daviet as he beat it 38-33. ARENDZ beat Daviet to gold in the middle distance. This time Daviet has beaten ARENDZ to gold in the 15-kilometer biathlon. Benjamin Daviet has converted his strong season form to clinch his first major individual gold medal. He can finally call himself a world champion, Benjamin Daviet, in his own right, after winning the relay with the French team 2 years ago. Here comes Juha Hakkinen. Will be well inside the time of his fellow 40-something Sergei Salchanka. 49.30 for Hakkinen. It's Iveta Faron of Poland. Been skiing cross country since she was 7 years old. So only 10 years. Let's have a look one more time at just what it meant to Benjamin Daviet of France to cross the line as a world champion. Still got to find out who will be the women's world champion. Iryna Bui wearing 45 is the bronze medalist here in Finsterau already. Eureka Abbey, bronze in the middle distance biathlon. Coach there giving her plenty of encouragement, giving her a drink as well, still shouting at her as she goes down the hill. That's Oleksandra Kononova, who performed faultlessly in Cable 2 years ago to win 6 world titles. Won a hat-trick of golds on her major championships debut in Vancouver 7 years ago. As we watch the bronze medalist from the men's race, Nils-Erik ULSET, the moment he crossed the line. Got silver over this distance in Sochi, and it's a world bronze for the 33-year-old.
Eine der Kollegen vom Stadion TV, die das Ganze hier live ins Netz streamen, also auf finsterau2017.com wird das Rennen hier.
So we just saw Kononova, and this is Liudmyla LIASHENKO. These two have been having a private race of their own in Finsterau so far. A gold and a silver each. Been trading blows, if you will, after 2 races.
Andreas kommt schnell runter mit den neuen Batterien, dann wechselt man die mal schnell aus. Die hat sie also schon Sachen verloren.
And into the finishing straight comes Oleksandra Kononova. 37.03 for her. She makes this sport look effortless and fairly simple at times. Very casual yet effective technique, Kononova. There's her rival, there's her compatriot, Liudmyla LIASHENKO. She's just coming round now. It looks like LIASHENKO is going to displace Kononova once again. It's 39.1 is the final time after the penalties were added. So Liudmyla LIASHENKO may well have stolen another world title off of Kononova. Iveta Faron comes in. Her penalties are added, and it's 45-53.
So, danke Andreas. Wir haben wieder eine neue Batterie, einen neuen Akku im Schacht. Das heißt, jetzt können wir wieder zählen, während hier die 47 im Ziel ist. Das ist Liudmyla LIASHENKO.
Here we're watching Eureka Abe of Japan. She's making her way around towards the final approach. Faron is currently in second place, 45-53 to beat. Abby pushing and making sure that she gets every second as she can. Finishes 43-53 for Abby. Good enough for second at the moment. Here's her compatriot, Momoko DEKIJIMA.
DEKIJIMA, die Landsfrau, und da sind noch zwei, die 45 und die 46. Das ist
A couple of other athletes crossing the line, Iryna Bui and Yulia Batenkova, both of Ukraine, cross the line at the same time. Must get harder and harder for Batenkova. 33 years old now, Batenkova. Brittany Hudak of Canada making her way round. 6th in the World Championships 2 years ago. She goes 5th with that time of 44.14. So this was the moment that Liudmyla LIASHENKO crossed the line. She won gold by a matter of a centimetre or two ahead of Kononova in the cross-country sprint 2 days ago. She was beaten by Kononova in the middle distance biathlon, but the wave, the smile and the fist clench from Liudmyla LIASHENKO. She has taken another world title off of Oleksandr Kononova. I'm sure he is checking www.finsterau2017.com to find out the exact results. You can do the same. Get yourself onto the website. So Liudmyla LIASHENKO has won her second world title here in Finsterau, the Bavarian Forest. And many supporters here to enjoy the action. Bit of a sprint finish for the line there. Of course, they were working on different clocks, Bui and Batenkova, but good to finish with a bit of a flourish and a bit of entertainment for the crowd. Here's confirmation then, and the final standings for the men's individual standing biathlon. Benjamin Daviet is a world champion for the first time. Mark ARENDZ adds silver to the gold that he won in the middle distance biathlon, and Nils-Erik ULSET of Norway claims the bronze medal.
Immer schneller und immer höher, wenn die Mündung genau auf dem jeweiligen Ziel ist, dann gibt es einen hohen Dauerton. Und wenn dieser hohe Dauerton auf dem Ohr ist, genau dann musst du abdrehen. Hört sich ganz einfach an, aber hier sind die schwer, ich habe es vorhin mal probiert heute Morgen.
Big smiles and waves from some of the younger members of the supporting crowd here. We've had around about 250 pupils of schools for children with disabilities watching, and this is confirmation of the final result. Liudmyla LIASHENKO, gold medalist, Momoko DEKIJIMA finished second for silver, and Iryna Bui bronze for Ukraine. And the big news, Oleksandra Kononova, the defending world champion, finishing bottom of the pile. The time of 46.04. Didn't go to plan for Kononova. LIASHENKO is the world champion in the women's individual long distance biathlon. The flower ceremonies will be coming up for you on the live stream in around about 15 minutes time, and then after those we'll have 2 more races for you in the men's and women's long distance visually impaired biathlon. Do not go anywhere.
Auf Platz 1, dann die Japanerin, das ist aber nicht Arte, sondern DEKIJIMA. Die ist zweite und Hui aus der Ukraine auf Platz 3. Also zweimal Ukraine, einmal Japan, jetzt gleich bei der Flower-Zeremonie. Wir polieren jetzt nochmal die Glues. Die sind nämlich im Camping drin, müssen jetzt nochmal abgestaubt werden und kommen jetzt gleich raus. Die Finsterauer Luxe, die wir extra für diese Veranstaltung hier so quasi aus der Taufe gehoben haben. Der Pilot hat einen Wettbewerb, einen Namenswettbewerb vorgestellt. Wie können dieses Maskottchen getauft werden? Und die Wahl fiel auch dann den Namen Bilu, also der Finsterauer Lux, der wurde dann geboren und hat nämlich schon Kultcharakter erreicht. Und 3 der Bilus werden jetzt dann gleich bei der Flower-Zeremonie hier übergeben. Die Medaillen gibt es heute Abend um 18 Uhr bei der offiziellen Siegerehrung im WM-Stadion.
World Para Nordic Ski Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Tyrakont, Ihr Partner für Vakuummesstechnik.
Please get ready for the flower ceremony. ULSET from Norway and Mr. ARENDZ from Canada. Please come to the Mark ARENDZ and Mr. ULSET from Norway. We're gonna start the flower ceremony in a few minutes. And all the women get ready for the flower presentation. Miss Bui, Miss DEKIJIMA, Miss LIASHENKO, ready? In a few minutes, we're gonna start the women presentation, and the man, Mr. ULSET, is missing.
World Para Nordic Ski World Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch Ihre Sparkasse Fleig. Hier sind für Sie da, wann immer Sie wollen.
Welcome back to Finsterau, the flower ceremonies for our most recent two races, the men's and women's individual standing long distance biathlon. The smile in the middle from Benjamin Daviet says it all. That's our bronze medalist, Nils-Erik of Norway. You tired, Niels? I think so. Small yawn from the 33-year-old Norwegian. Still the smile in the middle there from Benjamin Daviet. His first ever individual gold medal at a major championships. Said before he came here to Finsterau that was his aim. He was absolutely desperate for individual glory, having tasted it as part of the French relay team 2 years ago. And there is the silver medalist, ARENDZ, who was the man in the middle after the middle distance biathlon on day one. So ARENDZ and Daviet have changed places. Everybody here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau waiting patiently for the first of two ceremonies.
Next competition, next flower ceremony, and this for the biathlon individual hand step medalists. They are already here. With a warm applause, please.
Good applause for our three medalists. They won't get their medals right at this stage. They'll get them later on this evening, which we will of course bring you pictures from on the live stream. This is more of an instant celebration for those that have watched the races, to show their support and appreciation and celebration with the athletes.
Representing Norway, Nils-Erik.
So Nils-Erik, fourth at the World Championships 2 years ago, one better this year for ULSET. Bronze for the 33-year-old.
Is representing Canada, Mr. Mark ARENDZ.
Another really good display from ARENDZ, just 26 years of age. Vast improvement from a couple of years ago. 11th in cable. Silver here. He gets his Filou, the mascot. But this man will enjoy this moment. Benjamin Daviet of France is a world champion for the very first time in his own right. The man in form this season, the leader in the World Cup standings, second in the World Cup in 2015-16 season, so he's had a good couple of years, Benjamin Daviet. But this will feel like the best moment of those last few years. The Frenchman is the world champion in the men's individual standing biathlon. Shooting was fairly tricky for some of the athletes in these biathlon races. There you can see the wind is quite blustery at times in Finsterau today. And it blows right across the shooting range, you can see there. Some of the athletes really, really struggled, but Benjamin Daviet missed just one target in 4 rounds, as did Mark ARENDZ. Nils-Erik ULSET had 2 penalties. And if he'd have only missed one, Nils-Erik ULSET, if you subtract 1 minute from his finishing time, it would have been almightily close to Mark ARENDZ. So every single target in the individual biathlon really, really matters, with a minute penalty added on to each. And as we move on shortly to the women's individual standing biathlon flower ceremony, somebody who really struggled in the range this afternoon was the reigning world champion Oleksandra Kononova. You could have probably bet your house on her being one of these 3 people here, but she finished 8th and last after accruing 9 penalties in the shooting range. Oleksandra Kononova. We expected it to be a fight between her and her compatriot Liudmyla LIASHENKO, but Liudmyla LIASHENKO only missed once in the shooting range, and there she is in the middle. 2 golds and a silver for her now. Second bronze medal of these championships for number 45 there on the right of your picture, Iryna Bui. The bronze medal in the cross-country sprint 2 days ago was her first major international medal, and in the very next race she's added another. It's bronze again for the 21-year-old.
Representing Japan, Miss Momoko DEKIJIMA.
Well, this lady has been competing at the very top level for 15 years. Momoko DEKIJIMA of Japan. A superb silver medal for her.
Finally,
at the age of 42.
Champion of biathlon individual woman standing, representing Ukraine.
And the winner was Liudmyla LIASHENKO, who has been in the shadow of Oleksandra Kononova for a couple of years. But the sun is shining on Liudmyla LIASHENKO. She won gold in the cross-country sprint 2 days ago. She's gold again in the long-distance biathlon. And if she's having a private battle with Kononova in terms of the number and colour of the medals here at these World Championships, she's winning on both fronts. 2 golds and a silver now for Liudmyla LIASHENKO.
Thank you very much.
So that's the flower ceremonies complete for the men's and women's individual standing biathlon. The Ukrainian flag there, the blue and yellow in the middle of your picture, will be raised a couple of times tonight for the medal ceremony, but we've still got a couple more races to come for you first on this live stream at www.finsterau2017.com. The men's and the women's visually impaired races are coming up in about 20 minutes time. So at 1:45 the men's visually impaired race will begin, and then at 1:55 Central European time the women's individual visually impaired race will also get underway. So we will be back with you just before 1:45 Central European time for yet more great action from Finsterau and the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships.
World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch Parat, Lösungen aus Kühlschrank. World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships 2017, Biathlon und Skilanglauf, unterstützt durch Klaus Habert, Liudmyla.
taxi cab, everybody's looking at me now. Like, who's that chick, that rockin' chick? You gotta be from out of town. So hard, my girls not around me. It's definitely not a national party. 'Cause all I see is the letter. I guess I never got the memo. The time is spinning and I'm feeling kinda homesick. Too much pressure and I'm nervous. That's when the DJ's on my favorite shit. And the Britney song is on. And the Britney song is on. And the Britney song is on. Put my hands up to play my song. The butterfly fly.
and gentlemen, dear athletes, we welcome you at the ski stadium Finsterau. The SV Finsterau wishes you an exciting racing day. www.finsterau2017.com. Finsterau2017.com.
Ladies and Gentlemen, langsam Mittagspause beendet. Es geht schon wieder weiter. Letzter Wettkampf heute.
A very good afternoon and welcome back to Finsterau, the World Para-Nordic Skiing Championships 2017. Rob Hayes here with you on the live stream, bringing you all the action as ever from the Bavarian Forest. Warm-ups in earnest there for the individual visually impaired races that we have got to come for you. The men's race will start in a couple of moments' time, 1:45 Central European time. Here's the start list for it. It includes Yuri Utkin there wearing number 60, who was the gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon on day one. KOVALEVSKYI got silver in that race. And Swiarko there, 55 for Ukraine, got bronze. So all of the medalists from the middle distance will compete again for more medals over the longer distance. And we'll have the women's race going around at about the same time. Fairly compact field, just 4 athletes in there. The gold medalist from the middle distance biathlon was Olga Prelutska, but the world leader in the World Cup standings is Oksana Shishkova. Clara Klug of the home nation beat Rubanovska to bronze in the middle distance race on day one. That's Vasili Lukyanenko wearing 59, reigning Paralympic champion. Just outside the medals in the middle distance race. Just knocking some snow off the bottom of the boots of Anthony Chalençon of France. So all of the athletes in this visually impaired category will race with guides, and the guides will communicate with the athlete through a little microphone that you will see attached to the front of the guides. They are providing updates and advice as to how to best negotiate the course. The course itself for the men is 15 kilometers in total. That's 5 laps of the 3-kilometer course. And to start us off will be number 51, Kazuto Takamura. There you see Takamura's guide, Yuhei Fujita, with the mouthpiece, just speaking to Takamura. Takamura is a teacher at a school for visually impaired pupils, and the main reason that he's competing in this sport is to do his best to try and inspire his students, make them believe that absolutely anything is possible. His main aim is to get himself on the podium in Pyeongchang at the Paralympics next year. Found it tough going in the middle distance biathlon. Takamura, 12th he finished. Did win a couple of titles at the Asia Cup in Pyeongchang last year. 52 is Piotr Garbowski. Finished 1 place above Takamura in the middle distance biathlon. It's his major international debut at the age of 43. His guide is Janusz Penar. So the athletes will start at 30-second intervals. This is the third of them. Anthony Chalençon of France, 7th at the World Championships 2 years ago. Switched to Para-Nordic skiing about 5 or 6 years ago. At the Vancouver Winter Paralympics, he competed in para-alpine skiing. He was a very solid 5th in the middle distance biathlon on the first day of competition here in Finsterau. 54 is Oleksandr Kazik. Major championships debut for him, and was just outside the medals in the cross-country sprint on day 2. 4th place in that one. So he's got good pace about him, Oleksandr Kazik, but the cross-country sprint was contested over about 1.4 kilometers. This is just over 10 times that distance, with 4 visits to the shooting range involved as well. Dmytro Suyarko, similar to Kazik in that he's 20 years old and this is his debut on the big stage. Reached the semi-finals in the cross-country sprint, but more notably got bronze in the middle distance event. .56 is the experienced Belarusian athlete Vasili SHAPTSIABOI. 6th in Sochi. He's got 10 World Championship and Paralympic medals to his name. He's also won gold in tandem cycling at Athens 2004 and a relay bronze in athletics at Sydney 2000, SHAPTSIABOI, so he's a mean competitor. This is Yaroslav Reshetinsky, getting steadily better in the long distance biathlon. 7th in Sochi, 6th in Cable in 2015. Doing okay so far in Finsterau, 7th in the middle distance biathlon, and just missed out on qualifying for the semi-finals of the cross-country sprint by just over a second. One of his compatriots is this man, Anatolii KOVALEVSKYI. Silver in this discipline in Sochi, and 4th just outside the medals in Cable 2 years ago. Silver medalist in the middle distance biathlon on day 1, so KOVALEVSKYI is expected to be in the mix for a medal here. The most experienced of the Ukrainian athletes in this field, Vasili LUKYANENKO, the reigning Paralympic champion. Over 12.5 kilometers and 7.5 kilometers, and bronze in this distance as well. So he is a very, very talented and experienced athlete. Just outside the medals in the middle distance, LUKYANENKO. This man was the best of them on day 1. Silver in the cross-country sprint as well on day 2. So it's a good championship so far for Yuri Utkin. He's the world leader, the man in form, coming into these championships as well. So Utkin is early doors, certainly the man to beat. So Anthony Chalençon being given the instructions by his guide, Simon Valverde. Guides establishing the rhythm, helping with direction, helping with the right line through the courses, and when it gets a bit busier, maybe when it gets a bit more compact, the field, guide will help with all of that. Working in tandem there, Vasili SHAPTSIABOI and Dzmitry BUDZILOVICH, his guide. Synchronized. Such a huge level of trust and bond between guide and athlete. And that was very apparent in the women's visually impaired cross-country sprint 2 days ago, when Karina Edlinger of Austria won the gold medal with her brother Julian as her guide. No stronger bond than that of siblings and guide and athlete. So it's a 3-kilometer course for the athletes. The first 1.2 kilometers or so are fairly easy going. A couple of rises and falls, but nothing really to shout about. And then there's a 31-meter climb, which Reshetynski is currently attacking now with his guide Arto Gergaard. SHAPTSIABOI, sometimes in the downhill stages of the course, some of the athletes like to hold on to one of the ski poles of their guide. Provides a sort of physical aid as well as the audible aid in their ear. LUKYANENKO is on that long climb now. His guide is Ivan Marchisiak. There's Garbowski of Poland. 43 years of age, and the biggest stage that he has competed on. Jaroslav Reshetynski, who continues to improve, still just 24 years of age. This is the overall leader of the World Cup standings so far. 2 medals to his name already here in Finsterau. Yuri Utkin, guided by Ruslan Perakoda. Was bronze medalist in this event 2 years ago, Yuri Utkin. So a reminder, if you're new to the sport, that all of the athletes are racing against the clock, and those with a higher level of visual impairment have a factor or a percentage time which is taken into account. So the real time is then factored in. This man, Piotr Garbowski, being a B3 athlete, which is the lowest level of visual impairment. So his real time is his calculated time, so it's 100% for him. And then the B2 athletes is a 99% factoring, and B1 athletes, it's an 88% factoring. And now the visually impaired athletes use a slightly different piece of apparatus to the sitting and standing athletes, in that the rifle is aimed with a series of beeps in the ear of the athlete. The closer together the beeps are, the closer you are to the target, and then the frequency increases as you get closer to the target. And there, when it lights up green, it's good. And it's 2 from 2 for Garbowski, who's the first man into the shooting range. Make that 3 out of 3. A miss with number 4, but can he recover and make it 4 from 5? Just taking his time with the last one, and it's unsuccessful. So 2 minutes added on to Garbowski's overall time. 1 minute per missed target. Women's race is underway. That's Natalia Rubanovska, the first to go, making her major championships debut at the age of 27. She's one of 3 Ukrainians in the field. The only other woman that will compete in this race is Clara Klug of Germany, urged off the start line by the home crowd. 22 years of age. She beat the lady that went out first, Rubanovska, to bronze in the visually impaired middle distance biathlon. As her guide Martin Hartl, just encouraging her to take hold of the left pole. Next to go, Olga Prolutska. the 2017 world champion in the middle distance biathlon. She got bronze over this distance at the World Championships 2 years ago. (24 years of age, Prelutska. Her guide is Vladimir Ivanov. And the last to go is the world leader at the moment, Oksana Shishkova. 2 silver medals so far here in Finsterau in both the middle distance biathlon and the cross-country sprint. She's guided by Vitaly Kazakov. She's finished 4th at the last 2 World Championships in this discipline. This is number 60, Yuri Utkin, who, like Shishkova, is the best in the world based on form this season. But you can only call yourself the best in the world if you win a World Championship final, officially anyway. So just under 8 minutes elapsed for Yuri Utkin, and let's find out how he gets on his first visit to the range. It's a good start for the 26-year-old. It's a very good start. A clean sweep in the first round will fill him with confidence. It's perfect for Utkin. 5 from 5. Off he goes for his next 3-kilometer lap. SHAPTSIABOI and Dmitry BUDZILOVICH again doing their synchronicity. And there's Klara Klug being caught up by Olga Prelutska and overtaken by Prelutska. Klug and her guide Martin Hartl just let Prelutska through. They're on completely different factorings. Klara Klug is a B1 athlete, so 88% factoring for her. Prelutska is a B2 athlete, so 99% for her. Remember, it's a race against the clock. Suyarko embarking on another ascent with his guide Vasil Potapenko. And there's Shishkova. She has vowed to get gold for Ukraine at these championships. She's been close both times, silver both times in the 2 races she's competed in so far. There we see the men and the women out on the course at the same time. The women's lap is 2.5 kilometers. So there are parts of the course that they share with the men. The men's is 3-kilometer lap. That's Anthony Chalençon wearing 53 and Oleksandr Kazik wearing 54. Toughing it out on the incline. Maximum climb of 31 meters. Conditions making things interesting here in Finsterau because it is very warm, especially in direct contact with the sunshine, but it's quite blustery as well, so there is a somewhat of a wind chill factor. Lukyanenko moving past Kazuto Takamura. Again, as with Klug and Prelutska in the women's race, 2 different factorings. Lukyanenko, his real time will be his calculated time at 100%. Kazuto Takamura, a B1 athlete, so 88% for him. Here's Natalia Rubanovska. Her Major Championships debut. She's a nurse back home in Ukraine. Yuri Utkin, who shot a perfect round after his first visit to the shooting range to get his quest for gold off to the perfect start. There we see the technique of holding on to the guide's ski pole, utilized by Olga Prolutska. Vladimir Ivanov will be constantly talking in her ear as well. Shishkova, they're wearing 74, going past 72. Klara Klug. Again, though, they're two different classifications of athletes, so it's not course position that really matters, although Shishkova will expect to finish above Klug in the calculated overall times as well. Shishkova has won 9 World Cup races this season. Has looked in imperious form. Anthony Chalençon just reaches out and grabs hold of Simon Valverde's ski pole. Could be in with a shout of displacing a couple of the Ukrainian athletes. Chalençon. We've got Shishkova in the range now in the women's competition. And there, Reshetinsky and Kovalevsky, both of Ukraine. And this is Klara Klug in for her first visit to the range. Let's have a look how she gets on. It can really mean that you feel that you can attack the next lap with positivity if you get a full house, and it's 3 green lights so far, now 4 for Klug. And it's 5 from 5 for the home favourite. Deadly accurate from Klara Klug. She completes round 1 in the range with a full house. Now we have the first and the last of the starters in the men's competition. Takamura just being overtaken by Yuri Utkin. Utkin in fine form this season and this week. There's Utkin just trying to tuck into the slipstream of his guide Ruslan Perekoda whenever he can.
12, die Nummer 59, das ist Vitali Lukyanenko.
And into the range once again comes Yuri Utkin. It was perfect in round 1. Can he repeat that feat and keep himself on track for a second gold medal in Finsterau? One green light. Rapid fire from Uryutkin. That's 4. And it is 5 out of 5 once again for the 26-year-old. 2 impeccable visits to the range so far for Uryutkin. And here just how much involvement the guides have. Highly specialized role. There's Utkin, a spring in his step after 10 from 10 in the shooting range. Just waiting for that information to be translated onto the live results page. Dmitros Suyako, who was perhaps a surprise bronze medalist in the middle distance on day 1. Shishkova completes another climb and goes down the other side. That's Rubanovska. Now we've got 4 athletes, well, 2 athletes, 2 guides, all in synchronicity. Brzezinski and KOVALEVSKYI.
Also alles richtig notiert hier. Nochmal die Schießergebnisse 2.
Piotr Garbowski trudging away. And there's Klara Klug, who has started very well. Currently got her above Olga Prolutska and above Natalia Rubanovska. That's because Prolutska and Rubanovska both incurred 1 penalty in their first round of shooting, so it just proves the worth of taking your time in the range. Martin Hartl looks over his shoulder. You see him constantly keeping Klara Klug on course. It's about setting the race pace, it's about managing the race. It's Olga Prolutska going over the crest of the incline wearing 73. He currently sat 3rd behind Klara Klug. Prolutska, the gold medalist, remember, from the middle distance race. Going through in the men's race, Garbowski and Chalençon. It's Oleksandr Kazik, just 20 years of age. Here's Uryutkin down the field at the moment, in 6th on the live timings. In is Vasili SHAPTSIABOI, the 37-year-old. Leading the way in this race as it stands. To continue that, he needs to rattle off a good score here. He's fairly pacey with his approach, not hanging around, SHAPTSIABOI. Just a brief pause before the 5th target. Oh, there's some pressure on this. What pressure? Supreme from SHAPTSIABOI. Reeled off the first 4 and just needed to take his time over the 5th. As I keep on saying, taking 10 seconds is better than losing a minute if you rush it and miss it. Kazuto Takamura of Japan. His guide, Yuhei Fujita. The role of the guide is also one of encouragement as well as instruction. It's almost like having an extra coach with you. Clara Klug holding on to Martin Hartl again. Klug doing very well. She's into the range for the 2nd time. The other 3 athletes in this race have already been in and out, so after Clara Klug leaves the shooting range, we'll know more when her 2nd lap time is logged. Perfect in round 1, and Prolutska has dropped 4 more minutes in round 2. After the first round of shooting, Klug was up in 2nd place. And with Prolutska dropping 4 more minutes, you'd expect Klug to clamber above certainly Prolutska and probably Rubanovska as well. But that's if she can emulate the success of the first round. There's 2. This is good from Klug again. Another 5 out of 5 would be sensational. It is 5 out of 5. The 22-year-old is absolutely flying. Grabs hold of her poles, and off she goes again. Perfect so far. Only Oksana Shishkova has matched that. This is the man who is perhaps the surprise leader of the men's race, Vasili SHAPTSIABOI. Perfect in the shooting range so far and has obviously got decent pace around the course. This is Reshetinsky, 4th as it stands. But Clara Klug of Germany continuing to go very, very well indeed. And the timings have been updated after her 2nd visit to the shooting range, and she is indeed still in silver medal position ahead of Rubanovska and Prolutska. .74 Shishkova just going through there. She's the leader. She's quicker around the course than Klug and is impeccable in the shooting range so far. So it's a perfect display thus far for Shishkova. Suiako is well down the men's standings after a poor 3rd round in the range. Perfect in rounds 1 and 2, but 3 penalty minutes added on have seen him slip down the standings to 8th of 10. SHAPTSIABOI still on top. Second is KOVALEVSKYI, third is Utkin. This is KOVALEVSKYI occupying the silver medal spot. Got silver in the middle distance biathlon as well. Takamura down at the bottom of the timing list. There's Yuri Utkin wearing 60. What can he pull out of the bag to try and get himself back in contention for gold? Chalenson's going well for France, who we just saw there, is in 4th. It's just about pace for Takamura. He's done all right in the range. LUKYANENKO, vastly experienced, a 4-time Paralympic champion. 38 years of age. Still tell you, I'm sure, that he can compete with the best of the young guns in the Ukrainian Para-Nordic skiing team.
Jetzt drücken wir ihm die Daumen, dem Japaner, dass er jetzt dieses durchschießt und dass sich auch noch eine Zeit drauf addieren wird.
Takamura coming into the shooting range. Hands over his poles. Settled into position for his 3rd attempt. 4 out of 5 in round 1 and 4 out of 5 in round 2. Has he got a clean sweep in him this time? Remember, each missed target adds a minute on to the overall calculated time. A series of beeps and noises in the ear of the athlete. That's why Takamura is wearing the headphones. That's how these rifles are aimed. Really taking his time, Takamura. And it doesn't pay dividends for the first attempt. Finds number 2. Good right down the center as well. Another 4 out of 5 round would be good for Takamura. He's on course for that. Just needs one more. It's solid from Takamura, the 35-year-old. Off he goes for his next lap. Chalensson wearing 53, just outside the medal places. This is Yuri Utkin. Currently occupies the bronze medal position. KOVALEVSKYI and SHAPTSIABOI ahead of him. Romanovska going through there, and that was Olga Prolutska. Those two, 3rd and 4th respectively. So Anthony Chalensson, I said he had a good chance of displacing some of the Ukrainian athletes and making his way in and around the medal position. Chalensson, that's proved the case so far. Number 59 there is Vasili Lukyanenko. Just behind Chalençon in the overall calculated times. Just one penalty in the first round at the range for Lukyanenko. There's Takamura, who we just saw shoot 4 out of 5. He's consistent. He's managed that for all 3 of the rounds. This guy, Yuhei Fujita, just receiving a word of advice from the sidelines. Here's our leader, SHAPTSIABOI. Not a single penalty mark on his scorecard so far. It's the same situation for Klara Klug. Working hard on the incline.
Sehr gut, Nummer 58. KOVALEVSKYI, alles getroffen.
I think it looks like Prelutska has shot clean in round 3. Klug has not yet been for her 3rd visit to the range, but she has been perfect so far, 10 out of 10. She was delighted with bronze on day 1. I'd like to see her reaction to silver, which she's on course for at the moment. I'd like to see the reaction of the crowd here in Finsterau as well. Of course they support all of the athletes. There's the extra bit of noise and the extra earnest in the round of applause for the athletes from the home nation. Yuriotkin just slipping into the tracks to go around Klara Klug. Martin Hartl just looks over his shoulder to make sure she's okay. Klug is coming in now for her 3rd visit to the range. This is where the pressure may start setting in. She knows that she's got 5 out of 5 in round 1 and 5 out of 5 in round 2. She may well know that Prelutska and Rubanovska have incurred penalties. Needs another good score here, Klara Klug. The heart will be racing, the chest will be heaving with the deep breaths. It's all about coming out of the physical exertion and getting focused mentally. At the age of 22, how are your nerves, Klara Klug? Good so far. Very good so far. 2 more of these, Klara Klug, and you are well on course for a silver medal. It's 5 out of 5 again. 15 out of 15 in the range for Klara Klug. They very much enjoyed that here. The supporters, a good few hundred of them. There you see them in the area between the shooting range and the finish line. They get to see pretty much everything. Alexander Kazik into the traps now. He's the last of the Ukrainians in the field, but still ahead of Takamura and Garbovsky. And just looking at the timings from the women's race, Klara Klug has a 3.5 minute advantage over Olga Prelutska, who occupies 3rd. So Klara Klug is well on course for a silver medal for Germany. Anthony Chalençon is there in trap 14 for France. After the last round in the range, he was 4th, just outside the medals. We get an update on the timing in maybe 10 or 15 seconds after Chalençon leaves the range, so we'll keep you up to speed with that. This is Anatolii KOVALEVSKYI and now Takamura of Japan. He's been solid in the range and steady around the course, but still finds himself at the bottom end of the leaderboard. The opposite end of the women's race is Oksana Shishkova. She, like Clara Klug, has not missed a single target in the range. So she is well out in front. About 2 minutes or so ahead of Clara Klug. So Shishkova has time to work with, so does Clara Klug. They are the top two in the women's race. They're on lap number 4 now. They've got 2.5 kilometers to complete and then come into the range for the last time. Indeed, that's the stage that Oksana Shishkova is at now. So in she comes, Oksana Shishkova. 3 perfect visits to the range so far. One more of those would all but guarantee her a gold medal. We've had an athlete cross the line in the men's race. That's Vasili SHAPTSIABOI. Well, he might lean on his poles for support because he has been superb. Has he done enough to claim gold? Well, it's 5 from 5 for Shishkova. And a small smile on her face. She's still got 2.5 kilometers to get round on the course, but barring any mishaps there, Shishkova will get her first ever major international gold medal. She promised before the championships that she'd get gold for Ukraine. She's well on course to do so. In the men's race, coming into the finishing straight, Dzmitry Suiarko was going around about 5th place. His time is 44.01. The leading time after 2 athletes have crossed the line is Vasili SHAPTSIABOI. Here he is wearing number 56. He swings his right pole around his head in celebration. 40 minutes 47 is his overall time. He did incur 1 penalty at his final visit to the range. That's Clara Klug of Germany. Brilliant so far. Yaroslav Reshetinsky of Ukraine. And there, Olga Prolutska, who was the gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon, but is struggling somewhat after incurring 4 penalties in the second round. Kazik, the 20-year-old. This is KOVALEVSKYI coming in to finish his race. Good display from KOVALEVSKYI. Only missed 1 target. He's down and has given everything. Flat on his back, KOVALEVSKYI. 4 athletes coming over the line. Reshetinsky just has to swerve to avoid his compatriot, who is still lying prostate. His guide is taking the skis off his feet for him. Oleksandr Klazik still climbing. LUKYANENKO with as fast a finish as he could muster. SHAPTSIABOI, KOVALEVSKYI, Suiarko, Reshetinsky. In that order, that's the first 4 men over the line. Just see how much each of these athletes has given. So as when Reshetinsky crossed the line, and as soon as he crossed the line and had to just provide a sharp parallel turn to make sure he didn't go flying into his teammate. Now Anthony Chalençon, the B1 athlete, so his factored percentage is 88% of his real time. So he was going really well, but he hit 3 penalties in his last round in the range, which may well have cost him. Uryutkin crosses the line. The world leader, the gold medalist in the middle distance biathlon. He's also down. He is in some anguish, Uryutkin. His time has just been clocked in 4th, so Utkin will not medal in this long distance biathlon. SHAPTSIABOI, KOVALEVSKYI and LUKYANENKO, the top 3. Only really, I think, Anthony Chalençon who can challenge that, but with the 3-minute penalty he incurred in his last round in the range, he may well have scuppered his own chances of medaling. Prelutska of Ukraine. Gold medalist, remember, on day 1 in the middle distance biathlon. Bronze over this distance at the World Championships in 2015. Has incurred 6 minutes of penalties, Prelutska. Kazuto Takamura of Japan still working hard, as is Alexander Kazik. Kazik did well in the cross-country sprint. This longer distance may be causing him a few problems. He's a B1 athlete, so 88% factoring for him. Clara Klug still has 1 more round to shoot in the range. Shishkova, Prelutska and Rubanovska have all been through for the final time. Prelutska incurred another 1-minute penalty in her final round in the range, which will have helped the gap between Clara Klug and Olga Prelutska. So Klug has just got to keep it steady for 5 more shots. She'll get plenty of encouragement from the crowd here in Finsterau. Bronze in the middle distance biathlon. On course for silver. She's the only woman left to shoot. You'd think even 4 out of 5 would be good enough. But she will want not a single mark on her scorecard. Just looking there may have been the first 2 maybe red. Difficult to tell in this light. It looks to me as if it's 3 out of 5 for Clara Klug. I said that 4 would be okay. 3 means that the gap is closing. Still got 2.5 kilometers to go now, Clara Klug. Crossing the line in the men's race is Alexander Kazik. Not sure he'll trouble the medals. Anthony Chalençon, the Frenchman, who was so close to the top 3 for much of the race, but that 3-minute penalty that he incurred in the last round in the range has really, really cost him. Kazik will finish, well, will go 8th with 1 athlete still to finish, Kazuto Takamura. But Chalençon, if he hadn't incurred that 3-minute penalty, would have been very close to gold. Oksana Shishkova crosses the line then in the women's race, and it could not have gone much better for her. 38.26.6. No penalties to add to her time. There's Clara Klug of Germany. Finishing now is Olga Prelutska. 45.16. Hear how heavily she's breathing. That's hard work for Prelutska. Won't be gold this time. That's way down on the leading time of Oksana Shishkova. I don't think Rubanovska will get anywhere near. She's been going round in 4th out of 4 in this race. It is her major championships debut though, so I'm certain that she'll be learning all the time. There's the man that's still yet to finish, Kazuto Takamura. Gets harder and harder, that incline, with every lap. This is the 5th lap. Getting towards 14 kilometers of racing now, Takamura. Rubanovska being chased by one of the Ukraine Para-Nordic skiing team members there. Digging deep until the last. There's Clara Klug. Coach and guide encouraging Takamura to keep going, to keep working. Remember, his real time will be factored by 88%. Interesting to see where Clara Klug ends up in this women's race. With the glare of the bright sunshine here in Finstrau, it was not 100% certain how she shot in the final visit to the range. It looked to me as if she shot 3 out of 5, which would add 2 minutes onto her time. Martin Hartl, her guide, encouraging her, instructing her. It's hard work for the 22-year-old. Still going to is Rubanovska, led up the incline by her guide Lada Nesterenko. Time elapsed for Klug, approaching 39 minutes now. I think she'll add a medal to her own personal tally and of course Germany's tally, but the question is, what colour will it be? Shishkova and Prelutska finished quite some time ago. Shishkova 38.26. She was perfect in the range, so I don't think Klug will get anywhere near that. Prelutska's time of 45 minutes and 16 seconds is definitely beatable. Rubanovska coming in. And over the line she goes. Penalties added there. Take her time to 49.57, which is third as it stands, but there is still Clara Klug to cross the line. It's been confirmed that she did incur a 2-minute penalty after her final visit to the shooting range. It's just about how much that has affected her race in comparison to that of Olga Prelutska. That's Takamura of Japan, getting close to the end of his race. Only one penalty in each of his 4 rounds at the range, Takamura, so he's shot well. Klara Klug was shooting really well. 15 from 15 before the final round, where she had a couple of wobbles. Now it's just about digging deep and getting over the finish line. Takamura is there now. 35-year-old. Hoping to inspire his students at the School for Visually Impaired Pupils, where he teaches. Also dabbles in a bit of acupuncture, Takamura. His time has been confirmed at 53.59, which puts him 10th and last. So the men's competition, the gold medalist and world champion is Vasili SHAPTSIABOI, silver for Anatolii KOVALEVSKYI, and bronze for Vitali LUKYANENKO. Now Klara Klug is the last athlete of the day to finish her race. Olga Prelutska's time there is the one that she's targeting, 45.16. This is Klug's time without the penalties added to it. She will have 2 minutes of penalties to add on from 2 missed targets at the very end, but she's coming into the home straight now, and I don't think that 2 minutes is going to put her behind Prelutska. Klara Klug comes in to a very good reception here in Finsterau. She won bronze on day 1 in the middle distance biathlon, and she's down. She's given absolutely everything, and it is silver for Klara Klug. The 22-year-old from just down the road in Munich has put all she could into that, and she adds another medal to her collection, and this time it's silver. Brilliant from Klara Klug. And her guide Martin Hartl is there, and when she's ready, to help her to her feet and tell her that she's a silver medalist. She's absolutely flat out on her feet, Klara Klug. It's a brilliant performance on home snow. It's a silver medal for Klara Klug. I'm sure after she gets her breath and after the grimaces will turn to a smile. This is her down the home straight then with her guide Martin Hartl. And Klara Klug, we've seen many athletes celebrate when they get to the line, but Klug literally just got over it, and that was that. It's all she could manage. There's the smile. A small one anyway, or it may still have been a grimace, because that was painful for Klara Klug, but it will all be worth it when she has that silver medal put around her neck later on this evening in the main hall here at the Ski Stadion Finsterau. She managed to beat one Ukrainian in the middle distance biathlon on day 1. She beat 2 of them this time. She beat Prelutska and Rubanovska. There is Klug just returning her bib. I'm sure she'll be spoken to very shortly by the German television crews that are here ready and waiting. Other members of the national and international press as well. Sun still very much shining here in Finsterau as we bring you confirmation of the result from the men's visually impaired long distance biathlon. Vasili SHAPTSIABOI at the age of 37 is a world champion. And Anatolii KOVALEVSKYI of Ukraine gets silver in this, as he did in the middle distance biathlon on day one. And Vasili LUKYANENKO at 38 is the bronze medalist. And now confirmation of the result in the women's race. Straightforward for Oksana Shishkova, did not miss a single target and was quick around the course too. Time 38.26, very, very respectable indeed, and very much good enough for her first ever gold medal. She promised she'd get gold for Ukraine at these World Championships, and she has done. The 25-year-old Clara Klug of the home nation Germany with a very, very good silver. Olga Prelutska, bronze medalist for Ukraine after getting gold in the middle distance biathlon on day one. We'll have the flower ceremonies for the final two races of day three coming up for you in just over 10 minutes time. 3 o'clock Central European time. Do stay with us for that.
World Para Nordic Ski Championships 2017. Biathlon und Skilanglauf. Unterstützt durch WICKER Wohnkollektionen. Natürliche Massivholzmöbel